Hello, everybody. I am finally here. Hi. As y'all might have seen with the thumbnail, I literally changed the thumbnail for the stream, like literally 10 minutes ago. Let me get my YouTube chat back up and running. There we go. Hello, everybody. Hello, Ari boy. It's okay that you can't stay. I totally understand. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi. Hello, Drift Dropped. Hi, Maddie. Foob is yums. To y'all afternoon. Yo. Cutie voice jump scared me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah. The thumbnail is so heckin' cute. Yeah, I don't know if I would go so far as to say cute, but like, I'm proud of it. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Maddie. I finished it literally 15 minutes ago and uploaded it 10 minutes ago and got all the things changed over. It's oh boy. I need to get like my stream thumbnail like integrated into like my wait screen. Hi, haha. Oh wait. Hi. I got tricked by the translate again. It thought you said haha. How is everybody doing? I notice I'm peeking a tiny bit. 1 second. There we go. That should help a bit. I don't want to turn myself down too much. I I had a lovely few days off of like the regular streams. I did a couple raid streams, but those are more relaxed. Wait, you just said sorry when Drift Drop Specific said a cute voice jump scared her? I only read a voice jump scared, and I was like, oh right, the only voice she would be hearing is mine. The cutie part does not apply. Ah! Oh dear. So, I want to go ahead and show on stream. I got the thumbnail done. I am honestly, I had to rush, but also I'm really proud of it. Where the heck did I leave this thing? Where is my pictures? There we go. I think it came out fantastically, even with... No, you said cutie voice? Look, I don't... Just because I read your comments faithfully, even if I don't agree with them. No, I am not accepting that. Clips got removed. This is on YouTube, where clips... There are no clip powers here. You know, even if I had to rush quite a bit, I am extremely proud of this. I probably could have done a little bit more, made things a tiny bit cleaner if I gave myself more time, but like I think I'm okay with it just being what it is. Okay, read this faithfully. Maddie says Lian is cute. That is your opinion, Maddie, and an incorrect one at that, but that is your statement. Cutie patootie, no. And I always get, like, hecking sucked into how these time lapses work, or look. The time lapses for me are so like oddly addicting to watch. And I realized as soon as I uploaded, I forgot to shade the heckin' rose in my hair. Y'all will promise not to stare at that too much, right? Maybe I'll fix that one thing after stream. Asa E, make sure to include Lian saying the cutie voice bit in this timestamps, please. No, please, no. Ah! Oh dear! Oh, and it's gonna, like, automatically go to, like, some of my other, time lapses. But yeah, no. I love how... I'm so entranced by time lapses. It's like reliving the drawing process in fast forward. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a fantastic day, or at the very least, that it's getting better. Rain jump scare? It is a rain jump scare. I was like, I was quickly scribbling something to show her. Also, I don't know if folks saw on, Betty, and I posted a little bit on... I posted a little bit on the Discord server, but I started a fun little thing. I was workshopping with Lily last night, and we want to get her a little plushie to talk with. We decided that, like, it's gonna be necessary to have this put together so that, or specifically for whenever I get to streaming Subnautica. And I love the energy of this. Speaking of art, my mother asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I said a drawing tablet, so I may be getting one soon. Yo, Maddie! Here's hoping. Oh my gosh. Oh. We're gonna mute that so we don't get any more funny jump scares. The plushie idea will be fulfilled? Yeah, no. We were loving how this was turning out. I need to change the styling of like the hair and stuff and like adjust the proportions to make it fit plushie like proportions better. But yeah, we got an idea in the works. It's feeling pretty good. This is what we're thinking. I want to get her a proper model someday, but like, I'm sitting here in the fighting for time minds. Alrighty. Without further delay, let's go ahead and get into Vivid Stasis so that I can remain true to the Strem title. I'm gonna swap over to the Hangout screen for a little bit as I get all that set up. I'm gonna double check to make sure all my windows are in order. I can see my chat with Darlin. I can see general chat. I can see the betrayal happening in general chat. How dare! Thank you. And Vivid Stasis. I practiced this a little bit last night. Now I need Krita. Is that the art thing that people use? Yes, I draw in Krita. I've also tried, I used to draw in Photoshop in the past, and like that works, but like for illustration these days, like there's a lot better programs. I say he's smiling at me in Discord. But like then I tried Clip Studio Paint, which is also really good, but that's paid software. And then I tried Krita, and I have never gone back. Krita works on Windows, it works on Linux. Krita is just awesome. It's free, it's, you know, it's just an amazing thing to use. Alright, let's go ahead and pause that and get started. I was having a little bit of a hiccup last night when I was practicing. And like whenever I would alt tab, it would like make me lose ability to control the game. So here's hoping I don't have to restart the game too often. Krita, my beloved. Krita is so good. Here's your epilepsy warning. Be careful, folks. There'll be other content warnings as we go through the chapters. Yeah, my mother said if I wanted a drawing tablet, I need to show her a specific one. I could show you the one that I have. It's treated me very well. It doesn't have a screen, but it does make it more budget friendly. Game just crashes every time I change windows when it's in full screen. Oh, I see. What do I have? Oh, Tiny doesn't necessarily work. Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and get playing again. Now, last time we saw that, why am I blanking on her name? We were seeing some Yuri happening, and we realized that Saturday is heckin' trans. And, like, I wasn't expecting that. It's heckin' awesome. Also, I in my little bit of practice, I got some more batteries, so we're good for a little bit. Dip-a-dum. Revelation. And farewell to Zizigia. Okay. We're gonna be trying these songs, and then we'll get back on the story train. I've realized that at this point, I can handle around a level 10. You had a feeling she'd be? Yeah, Maddie saw it a mile away. I was too focused on other details. Revelation. Oh, whoops. I wasn't really focusing. And then I forget what keys are which. Okay. I'm good at this, I promise. I'm passable at this, I promise. I have a pulse, I promise. Yo. I do feel like my brain has gotten faster playing this. Oop. Saturday was open up on how she transitioned to Aerie. Yes. I was very focused on the Yuri. Yeah, I was able to spot the trans. Fucking Maddie nat 20'd that. Whereas I rolled like a 2. I realized that one of the ways I might have noticed is because Saturday dresses like a trans girl. She wears something I would generally wear. Maybe different color palette, Matt. Does that make sense? Yeah, no, I feel like if you're like kind of like... I feel like most trans girls, right? We like seeing trans representation. And yeah, we have some like pink and blue stuff. But like our day-to-day like wear like does also go into just kind of regular fashion too, regular color schemes. When did you do the thumbnail? Darling, I was drawing that up until like 10 minutes before stream. And then I changed it literally right before going live. I saw you on Krita earlier. You caught me. Ooh, these are some confusing patterns. It's so funny how even opening tracks on these are, like, pretty, like, complex. Like, I got used to DDR, where there are some tracks that, like, they go at, like, only a handful of notes a minute. For the sake of people who are just playing it casually. I'm especially good at, like, keeping notes held that I'm not ready for. Fucking amazing. Thank you, babe. I was like, oh, Lian is gaming. What could she be on? Perchance Final Fantasy 14? Gosh, Krita, that means she's arting. Heck yeah. I do be arting. Alright, let's try this one. Ooh. I'm gonna put a cap on myself to do, I'm gonna put a cap on myself to do 10 for now. I'm gonna keep practicing though. 10 at max. Maybe I'll explore a little bit further later. Oh, the rhythm on that felt so good. And at the end of this playthrough, you gotta rank every single song in the game. Yo. Okay, it's time for some story. Saturday and her friends visit the Okawachi Shrine. Apparently this is really long. This episode contains topics of reflection on loss, eerie atmosphere, panic and worry, natural disasters, leg injuries, blood. Oh dear. The next day, Allison, Ari, and I toured around the port town of Minami-Osumi for a little while before our designated time to meet up with Chio for dinner. Right, we met Chio. Ari was awake before us and left early. She spent most of her day touring a nearby island that seemed to be famous for its large population of cats. I never would have taken her for a cat person, but you never do really know. Well, I know. I know now, anyway. Because of the unbelievable amount of messages I kept getting from her. About the cats. With no images. Because her reception wasn't good enough for that. So I just had to imagine the cats in my mind. Allison and I woke up around the same time, which was late into the morning, close to noon. Which makes sense, given that both of us got minimal sleep last night. We didn't really say much to each other as we left the hotel. Neither of us really knew what to say. I spent most of the day thinking about the irony of that. Our whole conversation had been about getting closer to each other, yet we spent the entire day avoiding each other. Not that I can really blame either of us. Regardless, the time eventually came for us to meet up with Chio. About an hour earlier, I'd received a request from her to go to a ramen place close to the hotel we were staying at. I forwarded that to a group chat I had with Ari and Allison, and now I stood in front of the restaurant, evidently the first one to arrive, despite the fact that it was already 5 minutes past the time you were supposed to meet up. Heckin' late butts. And I'm the disorganized one. Suddenly, I spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. Ari ran up to me at full speed, which I didn't even know she was capable of. Ah! Heck, dude, what's your problem? Give me a jump scare, jeez. Sorry I'm late. The ferry back from the island got delayed 10 minutes and there was nothing I could do about it. Nah, it's all good. I take it from your messages that you had a good time. I glanced at my phone, which was opened on a message screen that contained a non-stop barrage of key smashes and :3s. Which was, again, not something I ever expected to see from Ari in a million years. Ari launched into a tirade about every cat she saw on the island, and I leaned against the side wall of the restaurant building. About 3 minutes later, both Allison and Chio arrived at the same time. I ran into her while on my way over here. She also seemed to be running a bit behind schedule, so we just ran here together. Am I the only one who is here on time? At least Ari has an excuse. Hey, I have an excuse. Are you gonna, like, say what that is, or... No. Okay, whatever. We're all here now, and I'm so hungry I could eat a house, so let's go inside. Eat a house? Aye, fiber. The restaurant was surprisingly small on the inside, resulting in it taking us a little while to find a seat. We eventually sat down at a booth facing the door as we came through. Allison took her seat first, and I went to sit beside her. For some reason, she fidgeted upon realizing this, but settled down quickly. Heckin' gay. A waitress came over to take our order, and we ordered our food. Thank you very much. It'll be ready in about 10 to 15 minutes. The waitress walked away, and we sat and waited for a little while. Chio started talking to break the silence. So, Saturday. Tell me what's been going on. Feels like it's been years since I saw you. That's because it has been years, Chio. The last time you saw me, I was in middle school. What? No, it's been sooner than that, surely. I thought I was here at your graduation party? Maybe. I have historically horrendous memory. But it's really not been much. Since finishing high school, I kinda been unemployed, sitting at home on Tanegashima with Suki. For 2 years? You've been unemployed for 2 whole years? Hey man, lay off. Work is hard. Motivation is hard. Mood. I like doing my own thing. Jeez, I feel bad for Suki. Having to work to keep the both of you afloat? Better make it up to her when you find her. Guess I never thought of it like that. Yeah, I will. Since the topic of discussion had obviously been shifted to something more serious, Chio leaned inward to speak in a hushed tone. Can you explain to me everything you know? We didn't have time on the ferry. I might be able to help you look for her. Your family means a lot to me, you know. Right, yeah, I can recap a bit. Mood Saturday, I feel like we just hit half the audience with, like, splash damage with the executive dysfunction. And so I did. I spent the time until our food arrived telling Chio everything that had happened up until that point. From the busy day on Tanegashima to arriving on the mainland. I did, of course, omit the interaction Allison and I had last night. She didn't need to know about that. I see. I'm very sorry to hear about all of that, but I'm very glad you got out of the museum in one piece. Yeah, I am too. Allison was freaking out, though. Rightfully so, I'd like to think. True. I appreciate it nonetheless. Allison looked away from me shyly. Just then, the waitress walked back to our booth with 4 bowls and set them on the table. Here you go, 2 tonkatsu broths with ramen eggs, 1 miso ramen, and a bowl of plain rice. Did you seriously just get a single bowl of plain rice, Eri? And nothing else? I looked over at Eri, who was already going to town on her bowl of plain rice. Shut up. Chio took a glance at Allison's dish, and then mine. She looked at me inquisitively. Are you guys, like... No, we're not. Huh? Are we what? Hey, Allison, don't spit your food all over your food. That's unsanitary, even for me. I took a napkin and started wiping the area around Allison's bowl. She looked away abashedly, blushing harder than I'd seen from her in a very long time. Ah, I see. Sorry, I just thought I'd ask. I don't follow, but okay. Saturday is so heckin' oblivious. Oh my gosh. Please, girl, come on. Time passed as we ate our food, exchanging small talk about the various things we've been up to in our lives. It was the first time in a while I felt a strong sense of togethership, probably since Suki went missing. It was the first time in at least a week that I felt like things might actually be okay as long as we stuck with each other. Next week is the final week of college, which is scary since I don't really know what to do next year, since both the things I was planning got taken down due to lack of people. Aww. Aww. I'm sorry, Maddie. Eating emoji. Yeah. Saturday is denser than a neutron star, for real though. Eventually, we paid for a meal and left the restaurant. Once we got outside, Chio poked my shoulder as she turned to face me. So let's get serious for a second. What are you planning on doing next in your search for Suki? We're going to investigate that shrine that was pointed to in the coordinates we got from the shrine report video. If she went there at the time specified, then there might be something there that would clue us in to where she might have gone after that. Then, where are you going? I looked at my watch, and the time read 6:05 p.m. Tonight, at the same time specified in the video, 12:12 a.m. I don't know why, but I just have this gut feeling that matching the time could help provide some kind of insight. Maybe something that only happens there at that time. Do you need a ride to the shrine? If it's where you described, it's a bit of a drive out. You'd be willing? We hadn't actually figured out a ride there yet. Yeah, my rental car is here. since I had to park it when boarding the ferry to Tanegashima as a foot passenger. Wait, rental car? I mean, yeah, I live in Tokyo. No way I was going to drive all the way out here. I took a trip over various bus lines. She lives in Tokyo? Did she always? I swear she lived near us a while back. Regardless, that would be great. Should we meet at around 10 or 11 then? Yeah, I got some stuff to take care of, so 10:30 would probably be best. Gives us plenty of time to get out there. I guess you can just meet us by our hotel? Where is that exactly? You never told me. I pointed down the road, since the hotel was within view of where the restaurant we ate at. Chio nodded. Works for me. See you then. She walked off, leaving the three of us standing there. Eri poking my shoulder broke me out of my daze. It seemed people had a thing for poking my shoulders today. Wait. Oh, just you. Eri, what's up? Allison told me she wanted to check out the night market with me, so we're gonna go do that. You wanna join us? Nah, head back to the hotel and just chill. Let me know when you're on your way back, okay? Will do. Eri and Allison walked off in opposite direction towards the night market. I decided to take a short stroll before returning to the hotel room to wait. As I walked by the ocean, I thought about Chio. It was probably just due to the fact I hadn't seen her in literal years, but something about the things she said felt off to me. Not like she's hiding something, but more so like she and I have different recollections of things. When I think about how I know her, my memories pull up the fact of her being an old family friend. Yet, something about that also doesn't feel fully right. Like it's not the main reason I knew her when I was younger. And I don't have any memories of her living in Tokyo, but something about that just feels right. Like I've always known it. It's not that the memories I have of her being an old family friend from Tanegashima feel false, per se. It's more like I have two sets of things I know and remember that both feel like the correct one, despite the fact that some stuff about them cancels out the other. I thought about this for a while, but found it was only driving me kind of crazy, so I decided to stop. I spotted a lone tortoiseshell cat loafing on the stairway down onto a bench, and decided to take a breather. So I went and sat with it. I guess I can't really blame Eri for being a cat person. I love these little doofuses. Time passed. I walked back to our hotel room, and then more time passed. I thought about Allison and our interaction last night. I don't think I'd ever really thought of Allison in a romantic light, even if that's what she meant by kissing me on the cheek. I had been very open about my sexuality for a long time, but despite that, I never really acted on it much. More so, it just meant I liked a lot of anime characters and would joke about that. I thought for a while, and then I caught myself thinking. I guess I really have changed, at least a bit. You'd never have caught me being even remotely this introspective, like 2 weeks ago. When we lose people in our life, be it that they die or even just go missing, I heard things feel like a blur, that your emotions feel like none of it is real. On that day in Tanegashima that ended with the Geology Museum incident, I think I'd been expecting for my emotions to feel a bit more numbed. Not that it really excuses me acting out that whole day, but I don't think I was expecting to, well, I guess feel as much as I did. Feelings of worry I anticipated, but I felt so many other things I didn't really know what to make of anything. I guess the best way to put it would be that things felt the opposite of the way I anticipated them to. I expected nothing to feel real, but everything feels like it's been the first real thing that's happened in a long time. But the feelings I've had are the most real feelings I've had in a long time. The situation is awful. And because I'm feeling that worry and anxiety to such a degree, in a strange way, it makes the hope and love I feel even stronger as a result. I wish we as people didn't have to experience tragedies so that we could feel that way. I wonder if I'll ever find a way to feel deeply in tune with myself that doesn't require me to lose something I care about first. I think I will. It might not be a bad thing to try to accomplish before my time is up. More time passed. I decided to play some video games on my Nintendo Switch. Eventually, my waiting game was over, and Allison and Aerie walked in the door. No, I'm not like that. It's just I have a heavy interest in that topic. I do feel that way as a demi person, where I don't really get like a sexual attraction to anyone unless I bond with them first. Um, I still find it's like fun to still like imagine things through the lens of fiction, right? To look at an anime and be like, oh, she's cute, or oh, like she looks attractive, right? It's still fun to like engage in that in a sense of play, in a sense of imagination. Um, Even if I know in reality I would not necessarily feel that way fully until like I really got to know that person. And perhaps a part of that is because of projecting an idea of what if I had a bond with this person, right? About hecking time, you really know how to keep a girl waiting. Relax. We spent a lot of time looking around the market. It's not every day you get to visit a night market. We literally have one back on Tanegashima. Saturday, I am, unfortunately, a cop. It's not every day I get to visit a night market. Fair enough, I guess. What time is it? Allison looked at the top of her phone screen. About 9:35, so we got about 55 minutes before Chio arrives. You guys want to play something? I could literally load up Slash right now. Oh, you don't know what you're unleashing. I kick butt at Slash Bros. I almost auto-corrected the thing they're actually referencing. Slash Bros. I think that's the first time I've heard you swear, Aerie. It's about Super Slash Bros, the best plus. Oh my gosh. I take slashing very seriously. I'm pretty sure that's the exact kind of stuff the people you're supposed to catch say. Aerie laughed, and I put the kickstand on my console up. We passed the time laughing and chatting while playing video games for the next hour. Oh hey, Chio just texted me. She's out front. Oh, got it. Let's go. Oh, they kept... She said 10:30, and now the clock reads 11:15. They kept her waiting for like half an hour. Oh my gosh. These knockoffs are getting worse and worse. I'm sure they will only get worse, Maddie. We walked down the stairwell and out the front of the hotel, where Chio was waiting in the car she rented. Luckily, it had enough room to fit our 4 people with relative ease. Aerie sat down in the back first, and Allison quickly rushed in next to her, which left me in the front seat next to Chio. The ride out was relatively uneventful, with the occasional conversation. It was about a 40-minute drive with the route that Chio took, passing by the Osumi Large Park. Eventually, we arrived. If that sentence wasn't changed to me, I was smashing very seriously. I take smashing very seriously. One thing I will say about the writing, I am loving the content of the writing, but I do feel that that need, it feels like, in the writing for the writer to like detail the entire process of getting from A to B. And like some of it adds character. But I do find it interesting that it's like they need to go over like the entire timeline of like, oh, we had occasional conversation with about 40-minute drive, and it takes us, 7 left turns to get there, and then we go right on this street, and it's like, there's a little bit there where it's like, you could probably like edit this down a little bit, I think. I don't dislike it, it's just something I noticed. The stairs up to the shrine were steep, but guardrails helped us not lose our footing. The walk felt like an eternity, if only due to how nervous I very clearly was. Chio noticed, and helped me walk up, which helped a lot. And finally, there we were. The Okawachi Shrine, the location specified in the shrine report video. It was much smaller than I anticipated. The actual shrine itself barely seemed to be able to fit 10 people. Behind it was a maintenance shack that was locked and empty. Seems like the shrine deity is Ahiratsu Hime, the first wife of Emperor Jimu. We spent a while investigating the area. After a while, I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. When I realized what it was, I froze. Hey, Eri. She turned to look at me inquisitively. What's up? You find something? Yeah, you could say that. Look, over there. I pointed towards a small wooden object I spotted in my peripheral vision. I knew it was going to be that rocking horse. Eri turned to look. Her face also went pale. It was a toy rocking horse, small in size, made of wood with no decor or any kind of paint. Second shrine.png. It's a horse from that image, isn't it? Hold on. Let me check. What's going on? You guys find something? Chio and Allison jogged over to where we were. I explained to them the image file that Eri had found. Neither of them knew about it yet. It's the very same. Look, you can compare them. I did as she instructed, and sure enough, it was the rocking horse that was taken in the picture. So this is where the picture was taken, huh? I guess the timestamp has passed. It's not the 26th of July anymore, but the horse is still here, in the same position. Hey, Saturday. Look. Chio pulled out her phone and showed me the time. 12 a.m. Can you see if my shot in the dark was correct? It had been over a week since the designated time, and yet I can't shake this feeling that something was meant to happen here tonight at 12:12 a.m. It started to rain. We walked back over to the part of the shrine protected by the roof. Minutes passed. 1, then 2, then 3, then 11. I felt a part of me hoping that nothing would happen. That there was nothing I could do, and the chase would end here. It would, in a lot of ways, make my life easier. Even for all the ways it would make it harder. But I dismissed the notion from my mind. I've come this far. 12:12 a.m. The rain fell silent. The crickets stopped chirping. The world also stopped moving. And in the silence, I heard it. A single sound. One single click. The world resumed. And the rain continued falling. The crickets continued chirping. But I heard it. I looked at the others, as if to ask silently if they also heard it. Immediately I could tell from the looks on their faces that I was not alone. We split up to look around. Nothing by the horse. Nothing in the shrine. Nothing on the stairs. Nothing by the car. And then, when I looked behind the shrine, I saw it. Immediately, I saw it. The heavy padlock that had surrounded the maintenance shack's handle was no longer there. I signaled to the others. Since the sound, we had dropped silent, communicating only visually. None of us knew we were doing it, but we were. The reason for this? I had no idea. Allison, Eri, and Chio walked over to where I was standing, and I pointed to the missing padlock. Eri gave me a look as if to say, if there was ever a point of no return, this would be it. And I thought about it. The life I could lead if I turned around and went home. I didn't know what lay beyond this door, but I knew in my soul that opening this door to this maintenance shack would change everything. Was I really about to do this? To take this kind of risk? To open that forbidden gate to truth? I closed my eyes and turned the handle on the door. The inside of the maintenance shack. It turned out, was not a maintenance shack at all, but a large, winding spiral staircase that seemed to stretch downwards forever. We walked down slowly, as if taking time to digest things we hadn't even seen yet. Finally, we arrived at the bottom, and we were greeted with a large door. Is it open? The others jumped, which made sense given that nobody had said anything in a long while. Nothing to it but to try, I guess. Sure enough, the door swung open with a loud creak, opening up a large passageway. We started walking down. So, what do you suppose a place like this is doing beneath a normal shrine? I haven't the foggiest idea, and yet, it feels like this makes sense somehow. I understood what she meant. Despite the oddity in every aspect of the situation, this place had a sense of familiarity to it. Even though I was reasonably confident I'd never been here. Sunrise. Huh? What's that, Allie? I don't know why, but the Sunrise Foundation comes to mind when I think of a place like this. The Sunrise Foundation? That's just the geology company my sister works at. What would they have to do with a place like this? No, I understand what Allison means. This entire place. It makes me think of that company. I don't know why. We finally reached the end of the long hallway and found a large gate in front of us, locked shut by 3 large metal claws. Something tells me this isn't going to budge quite as easily. I wouldn't be too sure. Look, there's a screen over there. I looked in the Ares pointing direction and saw an unlit device. It appeared to be the same kind of terminal. Maybe, but the thing's off. Suddenly, as if the very place we stood had heard my words, lights flickered on and the screen of the terminal powered on. Everyone present jumped. What the heck? I cautiously approached the device. All that displayed on the screen was a single button labeled Open. This feels planned. I need to be honest. I felt it this entire time. I can't be the only one who feels it. No, it's not just you. It feels like someone or something is leading us along with the trail of crumbs, right? I agree, but it's not like we can really turn back now, right? Yeah, I'm with Saturday on this one. I looked at Allison. Despite everything she'd said to me, I could tell everything she did still came from a place of worry. She was thinking exactly the same thing I was, that if we turned back now, our lives could eventually end up so much easier. But I could tell from the look in her eyes that she knew just as well as I did that that wasn't an option anymore. I pressed the button on the terminal. Loud, whirring sounds filled the hallway, and slowly but surely, each metal claw retracted from in front of the gate. Finally, the gate opened. Data parsing incompatible. Boundaries exceeded. Accessing memories. Memory access failed. 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 Iteration sympathy paused. Accessing Duskbreaker backup information database. Filling location cavities. What happened? I sat up, dazed. Allison and Chio also seemed to have come down with the same affliction. Something is really off about this place. You 3 passed out the moment we walked in here. Passed out? How long has it been? Relax, only like 5 minutes. It's 12:37 right now. Thank goodness it hasn't been that long at least. But what is this place? How convenient. No, for real. We looked around us. The area was a large atrium devoid of much at all. In the center sat some kind of operating chair. This place is... Tio walked to the center of the room. She stared at the abandoned chair for a short while, and then spoke. This is the Sunrise Foundation's 4th laboratory atrium. Oh, God. Sunrise Foundation? But... Tio turned back to look at us. She had a look of immense panic on her face. We have to get out of here. Right now. Get out of here? But we just got here. This is what we came all this way to see. Tio ran up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders. No, Saturday. We need to get out of here. Right now. Trust me. I shook her hand off my shoulder and lost my temper. Why? Tell me why. Give me one good reason why we should leave the place I traveled all the way out here to see when we just got here. You might be scared of whatever this place is, but I'm not. So, no, Saturday, we need to leave because... Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound filled the atrium. The ground shook beneath us, and my vision blurred. Out of the corner of my eye, parts of the geometry that made up the atrium began to twitch in a way I'd never seen before. And then, a large piece of the ceiling came loose and fell onto the ground, landing just a few feet behind Chio. This place is caving in, so we need to get out of here. I understood immediately. The 4 of us ran as fast as we could to the gate we came through, passing through it. As we ran, bits of the large hallway began to come loose and fall as well. And then it happened. A single chunk of metal that came loose directly above where Allison was about to pass by. I knew in an instant that it would land on her. God, no! I rushed forward with all my might, at a pace I'd never achieved before, and jumped forward. Allison! All the sound cut. The world paused again. And in that silence, I heard it once again. That single click. The story remains unfinished! Ah! What the heck? No! Oh dear. Okay. Alright, so, it be cryptic time. Okay. So, I need to pull up my obsidian. Okay. Thank goodness I can alt tab now. Alright, so, shrine report.xyz path return.text. It looks like that path. You're meant to return what path is, I think. L plus R. Oh. Okay. Is it a bell curve? Another clock. 5 people. Okay. Let me try this first. So, shrine report.xyz path / return.text. Is that right? Okay. 404 address not found. I thought so. So I need to figure out what is path then. Left plus right, I'm guessing, is what that means. Okay. So there's a series of 4 boxes. Um, Somebody said something about, between red and blue, one being addition, the other being subtraction. Um, Let me see this. Oh, I wish I could keep this on the screen. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that works. All right. Let's go back up to the puzzle. All right, so you're kidding Yarmyat. Why are you going on the internet and telling lies, Maddie? All right, so 3, 3, because like last time the shapes were number of sides, right? All right, so 3, 3, 4, 6, 6, 3. I feel like it would make the most sense if it's you add them all up and then subtract the last one. Or subtract blue. Because otherwise you're getting into negative numbers, right? So 3, 10, 22. That would be 19 for this first square in that case. 4, 4, 6, 6, 6, 6. One of the sixes cancels out. That's 20. Game supports res as low as 320 by 10, 180. He let you go small. Heckin! What the heck? That's 320p, I guess. Oh, wait, no, that would be like 180. I forgot it's by the short end. All right, so 3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 5. Well, I recognize that as immediately being 1 in that case, between the blue and the red. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. How many sides is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. So that cancels out a couple of them. That makes it 18. All right. Oh, Lian, what's the plan with Deltarune Chapter 5, since that'll be the first game you've already streamed? We'll be getting more content. Um, I think I'm going to treat each episode as its own bit of content. So I think what I'm planning, right, is I think I'm going to do a thumbnail based on the trailer we had for Deltarune Chapter 5. And then I'm going to play Chapter 5 as its own, like, single playthrough. I might play through Deltarune on my own time just to, like, remind myself what it is. Alright, so 19, 21, 18. S-T-A-R. Wait, that sounds like a... That's like a word that makes sense. Star. What do you mean I got it? Or at least feels like I got it. Okay. Put this over here. It's easier to see when it's not behind my head. Okay, so we have another clock thing again. Last time, I don't think the actual, like, hand facing mattered. Alright, and then there's a bell curve thing. So there's a space of 10 people between exclamation and the at symbol. A space of 15 people between at and pound. And a space of 10 people between pound and cash. Or the money symbol. So, okay, and it does have the car is 5. When I was doing these puzzles, I never knew what the shapes meant, so that was a pain. Oh. Okay, so it feels like you measure a distance. Um, I'm gonna guess that these are all gonna give me like clock numbers. I'm gonna use those clock numbers to build a word, kind of like last time. So that would be the first one. The space between exclamation mark and pound would be 25. So 125. Or person, 25. Car, 35. Um, car, 20. Person, 10. Exclamation pound, at pound. That's 25 and 15. So car, 40. Car, 10. Um, oh, wait. Okay. The pairings seem relevant as well. You can solve this puzzle if you're cute. I will solve the puzzle, but I'm not cute. I refuse this logic trap. Denied. Um, parentheses, person, 25 plus car, 25. So, like, it feels like I'm supposed to get, like, times from this. And I deny you're denying, and I deny you're denying of my denying. I dare. So, like, a... It says 5 people equals a car. I deny you're denying of my denying of you denying. Well, I deny you're denying of my denying of your denying of my denying. If I multiply that by 5, it'd be person 175. Person 100. Which that does overall add up to 300? I'm not sure if that's the right line of thinking, though. Person 200. That'd be 210. Um, person 50. This would simplify to person 150. Go to 160. I don't think that's right. Let's see what the hint has me doing. Man units. Naturally, okay, so the car is, they're saying the car is 5 times faster. Okay. Okay, so let me instead think of this as, I don't think this is right. I'm gonna shelve that idea for now. So, we might need to take, like, multiple laps around. So if we take the first thing and we say, person, it's a speed, so, like, it's a multiplier. So you take the first box. Well, that doesn't make up for the fact that I deny you're denying. Am I denying that you deny that I deny what you're denying? No, I deny all that. Remember, I always fulfill the conditions for denying implicitly. Alright, so if we take a person that's like 1 times speed, or 25, let's imagine 25 is referring to hours. So 12 hours, if you move 12 hours, you end up in the same spot. So if we start at the top, you broke the chain, therefore you lose. No! Absolutely not. This would have gotten exhausting while I'm trying to spend my brain power trying to solve puzzles. So I could subtract multiples of 12 in order to arrive at the hour land I need to end at. So that's minus 24 equals 1 o'clock. That's C. Now, if I take car, the distance to go from... I'm realizing that there could be another interpretation for the car. Okay, hold on. Why do you think I'm attacking you while your brain is already preoccupied? Devious girl. How dare. Okay, I'll add, I think, for 2 possible interpretations. It's either multiply by 5 or divide by 5. Because it's either you're going 5 times the distance, or you're covering the same distance 5 times as fast. So, 1 to cache, that's 35. So, track A of it traveling the same distance faster would be 7. Which would equal R. I'm going to label it as fast car and distance car. Playing 4D chess. My gosh. Distance car be 35 times 5, which is 150, plus 25, which is 175. Minus a multiple of 12. I know that 144 is one of them. We go 56, and then 68. Minus 168, which is... also lands at 7. Which also lands at R. Funny. Okay. Alright, so... third box. The fast car interpretation would be 2 plus 2. Two plus 2, which is 4. Which would translate to an O. Distance car. Would be 50 plus 50. 50 plus 50 is 100. Minus, I believe it's 72, 84, 96. Which would also be 4. Wait, why is that working out that way? That's so weird. Is this just how that math works? So odd. Okay. Person 10. So 10 o'clock. Which would be S. Is this gonna be star-crossed? Is that what this is gonna end up as? I want to finish the math, but I'm already guessing that the word they're spelling out is star-crossed. Okay, I don't need to do a distance calculation because I don't have another interpretation of person. Car 25 plus car 15. So fast car would be 5 plus 3, which is 8 o'clock, which would be S. Distance car, if you multiply it by 5 and then remove multiples of 12, it's car 25, 125 plus car 15, which would be 75. 125 plus 75, it's 200. Minus multiples of 12. 180, 192, which also equals 8. Okay, I'm starting to be convinced the math just works out this way. Alright, so car 10 which is 2 o'clock, which is fast car 2 equals E, distance car. Still cute by the... No, I'm not. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. 50 minus 48, which is 2. Ends up being the same thing. Okay. It's so weird. How did they figure out that the math works like that? Did they even intend to? Did they only have one interpretation in mind? I'm gonna guess this last one is equal to D. Equals person 25 plus either fast car or distance car. Just brute force it. Oh well. Add to cash, that's 25. Car 25. So it's either fast car, which is 5, which is 30, minus 24, 6, which is R. Okay, distance car must have been... The interpretation must have been distance car, because the only time this breaks down seems to be when... Well, let me solve it first and actually figure this out to confirm before confidently. Plus distance car is... It's 25 plus 25 times 5, which is 150. Wait, no. 25 times 5 is 125, which all that together equals 150. Which minus 144 is 6 equals R. Okay, so it's not star-crossed, it's star-crosser. Huh. Mod 12 working out with both times 5 and divide 5 being the same feels crazy. It does feel crazy. What? Why does it work out both ways? Well, if both ways like land at the same answer, that feels like it means that that answer is definitely it. So star crosser. Path equals valor. Okay. So I need to do valor. Return.text. Excuse me? What? What's all this then? What the scroll part? Two UP two VS VUV two P two PS. Okay, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but I was like, is there any kind of pattern? There's a lot of twos. There's a lot of V P U S. Two VPUS. Please enter to the start. Excuse me? This is so wild. Valor / Starcross. Whoa, okay. Opening? Is it level 8? What? Okay. You did it, you can't. No, I'm not, but thank you, I did do it. What in the world? Lock in. You've got to lock in. Both boss songs have been super long. That was surprisingly approachable, even for a level 8. Holy cow! Okay. Loud. 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 Nothing but loud noises. Nothing but noise. Was it falling rubble? Or the static that followed me every second I spent trying to find myself? Whatever the noise is, I want it to go away. Go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. Get me out of here. I need to live. We need to live. I need to live. Ah! I jolted back to consciousness. 3 pairs of eyes looked down at me. I'm alive. Barely. Luckily, you managed to get Allison out of the way in time, but it was only then that I felt immeasurable pain in my lower leg. I looked down to see a large gash in my lower right leg. Ah! 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 I screamed for a while. Eventually, the pain dulled a bit, and Ari explained what happened since I passed out. I'd managed to save Allison, and avoid getting fully crushed myself. But a piece of the debris had lodged itself into my right leg, and I'd passed out from shock. She had removed the debris shortly before I had woken up. I looked towards the door and led to the long hallway. The entrance is entirely caved in with rubble and debris. There was no possible way back to the atrium. I just... Before I was able to get any words out, I started sobbing uncontrollably. Allison rushed over to my side in an instant and hugged me tightly. Ari and Chio sat down on the stairs, and that was how the 4 of us stayed for a while. Minutes passed, and then an hour. Finally, my leg felt well enough to move, even if lightly. You could say Saturday was on her last leg. Maddie! Good job, how dare you? Allison propped me up, and the 4 of us slowly walked up the spiral staircase, without a word. It feels like everything's changed, but nothing's changed. As we walked back to Chio's car, silently, I thought again of that hypothetical timeline in which I didn't open the door to the laboratory basement. I wondered if I'd regretted the choice I made. I did now, but I wondered if I would in time. Back in Chio's car, Allison sat me down in the back seat and slid next to me. While you were out, I applied basic first aid, but it won't be enough to hold. Unfortunately, the only hospital I know of around here doesn't keep emergency room open from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. for some ungodly reason. Whoops, forgot about Strum today. Hello, everyone. Hello, Butter Eyes. So nice to see you. Hope the day is treating you well. I'm not a doctor, but I can assure you that the wound shouldn't cause any significant damage before we get you to the hospital. I nodded weakly. It was all I could do. Chio started the car and drove away. As we left the small parking lot, I looked back at the shrine's stairway. And that was when I saw it. On the road by the place we parked, with no indication of having been moved there by anyone. A small, wooden rocking horse. Why did you not keep the emergency room open 24/7? Right? Didn't know about a story DLC for Final Fantasy XIV? Why? What makes you say that? Did I mess up in the description or something? it does say we're playing Vivid Stasis today, right? No, it does. You worry me, butter. Let me make sure this is all set up correctly. There we go. No, it's just a joke about the game. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Saturday rests in her hotel room. Butter being butter? True. Butter is the best butter around. This episode contains topics of memory issues, leg injuries, guns, panic, and worry. So, I'm gonna go ahead and guess, because of what Saturday was saying on the beach about having conflicting sets of memories, it's almost feeling like memories from a few people have been tampered with. And now, Saturday is left with some contradictory memories. I think somebody's been messing with her. And given the fact that Chio and Allison also passed out, but not Eri, would lead me to believe that they're affected too. And also, last time I was thinking about, like, okay, who's behind this? Who do we have as suspects, right? The one Suki's, like, co-worker, the person that we called on the phone, the fact that we, narratively speaking, we only heard that character through the phone. I know it's like, just like media literacy stuff, but like, I feel like that is an indication of like, the writer is keeping this person enigmatic. So I feel like whoever Suki's like coworker is, it feels like she's involved. And Eri not passing out there, I'm not sure whether to think of that as like Eri is also implicated, or Eri just never had her memories tampered with. This is it's coming together. It's coming together, folks. By the time we arrived back at the hotel room, it was already long past 2 in the morning. Allison helped me up and carried me onto my bed. Oh boy, Allison's shrunk. She struck me as someone small. Chio called the hospital and confirmed that the emergency room would open again in about 2 hours. So we had to wait and just keep an eye on my wound until then. I guess after having watched a collective 20 minutes of the game, I completely understand who those people are. It's okay, butter. Long story short, Saturday, who is the protagonist, her sister went missing. Her sister works at a geology museum as a consultant for like environmental like conservation like consulting. And okay, so like her sister went missing, right? And so like when we went to go look for her, and the detective who we came with got someone on the phone who was Suki's coworker, and explained that like the last time she saw Suki was when they went to lunch, and then she said that Suki was like, "Oh, I need to check something, and I'll be back in a moment," and then it was never heard from again. And then earlier we got a cutscene of like what I'm presuming to be Suki, having gone to the mainland. This is obviously taking place in Japan, and confronting somebody. And presumably something happened that we don't know yet. And also, another very, 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 very important set of data points. Saturday, the protagonist, is trans. And Allison is heckin' gay for Saturday. But Saturday is heckin', like, oblivious. Like, she's acknowledged it once, but I don't think it's really, like, sunk in. That, like, Allison is really into her. Wow. Yep, there you go. That's the cliff notes. That's the gay notes. She's talking about her leg here. It had stopped hurting badly during the ride back, but the sight of it made me nauseous, so I avoided trying to look at it. And so we sat there in silence for a while. Nobody sure what to say. Finally, Ari broke the silence. While we're here, and before we inevitably get split up while Saturday goes to the hospital, I wanted to ask something. Everyone looked at her, as if to give permission to continue without having to open our mouths. Ari continues. Saturday is just locking in and has no time for gay. There was always time for gay. Saturday has to be taught this. That atrium. Chio, you seem to recognize it as something related to the Sunrise Foundation. But that's impossible. Can you explain? Chio sat up a bit, having slouched over during the waiting. I can, but it's a bit complicated. I was thinking about it on the way back, and if now isn't a good time, then please tell. I want to know. Chio looked at me worriedly, and then nodded. Okay, then. I guess the thing is that my memories feel like they're at conflict with each other. I knew it! She's also affected! Allison is going to be affected too. People that were close to Saturday, I feel like are going to be, like, all affected by this. That's why Allison and Chio are affected too. For catch-up, Chio is an old friend Saturday hadn't seen in, like, years. Everyone has time to gay, she's just as dense as a black hole? Yep. That shrine could just be a normal shrine, but somehow there was a Sunrise Foundation laboratory beneath it. And I don't know how I know that it's a Sunrise Foundation thing, but I just do. I know that it's correct. Right! Okay, both Chio and Allison both recognized it as a Sunrise Foundation thing. The fact that Allison also recognized it, I think, adds credence to Allison has also got memory manipulated. Somebody took all these girls and memory manipulated them. What the heck? And Ari is the only one that Saturday didn't know from childhood. Ari, she only met Ari like a week ago. Okay. When we were leaving the basement, all of us were in such a hurry, and Saturday was out of it. So out of it that I don't think anyone noticed. But I took a moment to look back at the shrine while we were walking away from it, and when I saw, only confused me more. What was it? Chio stopped, as if contemplating whether to open Pandora's box even further. I nodded to her as if to beg. Well, when I looked back at the shrine, it was no longer a shrine. What? It was an abandoned building, and the logo above the door was withered away. But I knew what it was, what it said without needing to see it at all. It was a building belonging to the Sunrise Foundation. What? I chalked it up to a lessened state of thought due to the events that had just transpired, and tried not to think about it as we got in the car and left. And on the way down, I saw something else strange. A stairway leading to a shrine. The Okawachi Shrine. What do you mean, a stairway leading to the Okawachi Shrine? Saturday, please don't stress yourself too much. We're trying to keep your wound from acting up. I looked over at Allison apologetically. Sorry, you're right. I don't understand how that makes sense. The state of the environment that we arrived at and the one we left felt ever so slightly different. The best way to put it might be like so. Chio took out a piece of paper and drew a loose illustration. Look, when we arrived, the parking lot was at the same altitude at the start of the stairs leading up to the shrine. The parking lot was at the same altitude as the start of the stairs leading up to the shrine. Chio took the piece of paper back and flipped it over, drawing a similar scene. But when we left, it was like this. The stairway we walked down led to an abandoned Sunrise Foundation building. There was a second stairs further down that led to the Okawachi Shrine. Wait, so the layout of the area changed while we were inside the basement? I mean, it appears that way, but isn't that impossible? Like, I shouldn't have to explain why that just isn't physically possible. No, I know. But the fact that it did change... But the fact is that it did change, right? Or did all of us collectively hallucinate the way it appeared when we got there? I think the more likely conclusion would be that Chio saw wrong when we were leaving. After all, tensions were really high and it was extremely dark. See, you'd think so, and I'd be inclined to agree. But then we come back to the thing I mentioned earlier, about my memories conflicting with each other. Because both of these layouts feel right, if that makes sense. What do you mean? Like, neither of them felt like I was seeing things. Like, both of those versions of the way the area looked were correct. The Okawachi Shrine being right by the parking lot and the Sunrise Building being in that same place both feel true the way the area is laid out. Chio, what is the Sunrise Foundation? What is your link to it? I don't know. I think I was an employee there? You think? Look, I was never an employee at the Sunrise Foundation. I remember how my life is played out up until now. But also, I swear I have memories of working there. Of helping make something important, and working at that lab underneath the shrine. It's another one of those things where both of the options feel like the right one. Not like I can't choose, but they're both right at the same time. Ugh, I think I was an employee there. Fucking people having to internalize alternate, like, universes. And then there's that video, the Shrine Report. You know about it as well? Yeah, I saw her watching it when I met up with her on the ferry. It caught me off guard. How'd you come to find out about the video anyway? An anonymous text message randomly appeared on my phone. No sender, and strangest of all, no time. Well, there was a time, but it was 1970. Isn't that like 0 or 1 in Unix time, I believe? Yeah. Unix time, huh? The beginning. Unix time 0. Yeah, the message itself was interesting too. It was a jumbled mess of hexadecimal. Hexadecimal? Yeah, I'll spare you the process. It roughly translated to this. Seek the connections, seek the links, shatter the protocol, and refer onwards. Shrinereport.xyz. I would have been inclined to believe it was spam message if not for the Unix 0 thing, so I found the video. I was already on my way back to the mainland after my Tanegashima vacation. I didn't have time to solve the video before Saturday noticed me on the ferry. And then she told me the solution over dinner anyway. Right. I don't know why I can't shake this feeling that it's related to the Sunrise Foundation. I mean, it feels like a lot more might be related to the Sunrise Foundation than anyone would have ever thought. And yet, it also feels like none of us truly know what it is. I looked down at my wound for the first time in a while, as a reminder to myself what I had done chasing this mystery. As if to be the one final decision of it, I really wanted to... As if to be the one final decision of if I really wanted to choose this path. I want to figure all of this out. I want to investigate this. I would... I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I turned back now. Saturday. I agree. I want to look into the Sunrise Foundation and get to the bottom of this conflict in my memories, and I... That is enough. This will go no further. Everyone jumped at the sudden shout of an unfamiliar voice. Everyone whipped their gaze to the source of the noise. The balcony. The door was ajar. Standing in it was a figure, tall and slim. They wore a mask and a bodysuit to cover their appearance. But something about them had a crushing familiarity, and in their hand lay a small pistol. If you continue to endanger this world, my world, I'll have no choice but to end this by force. Chio jumped up as if to shield us. Eri, Allison, and I remained frozen in shock. Who are you? What are you doing? The tall figure took one step into the hotel room. Chio backed up a bit in fear. You, the arbiter of the rule. I will not allow this cycle to continue any longer. Chio watched in fear as the tall figure raised their pistol and pointed it directly at Chio's chest. No, please! The figure tilted their head to look at me briefly, and in that moment, I felt an indescribable sense of sorrow and grief. My vision went blurry. I'm sorry. I shut my eyes in desperation as if to pull myself out of the nightmare I'd found myself in. And then I heard the click. And then the bang. What? What? I dropped my guard and let her out of my sight. A mistake only a child would make. And yet here I was. Desperately, I clambered out of my bed and up to my computer. God, where are you? Where? And then I saw it. That hotel room. The situation unfolding within. Action the World Keeper was about to take. Is there any way I can interface with the inner layer in enough time? I began to desperately search my files as fast as I could, and eventually found my way back to what I was looking for. The control panel I'd forced myself into. Please go through in time. Come on! A single flash, and a moment captured. And frozen. I made it just in time. Blurry vision? Lily reference? Oh, darling. Oh my god, thank goodness. But there was no time to waste. The freezing would only last for so long, which meant it was time to get to work. The story remains unfinished. Why is everything getting so dramatic? Another one? What? Okay. 2 lines. Diamond, square is the first line. Circle, triangle is the second line. We're getting other colors involved. Chief A rank on Pyromania opening. Okay. Okay. Math jump scare. This is a lot. I might be here a bit. Is this Lily? Gosh. I'm so genuinely losing it. All right. Okay, so we have some square roots. We have some parentheses. I have no idea what to make of that scatter plot on the middle left. It does all seem to be math. Why are those two dots big? -1. This is broken up into 5 blocks. Oh, good grief. There's a lot here. Okay. All right. Time to go back into windowed mode. And, well, I think because of the events earlier, I need an early break to use the restroom. I'm gonna take that as the time to ponder the universe for a little bit. So I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break, and then we'll get back to it. Alrighty, we've returned. Let's get back to things. Okay. I'm gonna leave the music going at least a little softly during this bit, because I feel like I'm gonna be here a while. Alrighty. Let me pull my notes up. And it's time for some more fun facts with Maddie. Let's just hang out for a little bit and have the fun facts. Dip-a-dum. Alright. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs. Welcome to episode 61 of Fun Facts with Maddie. Fun fact number 1. Quantum batteries are batteries that would hypothetically charge faster and the longer they are and be able to hold... Wait, I broke down. Quantum batteries are batteries that would hypothetically charge faster the longer they are and be able to hold years worth of charge even in small ones. We have yet to get to that point yet. Fun fact number 2. Most domesticated animals like cows and horses couldn't survive without humans anymore. The camel, however, is an exception to this. They can easily live without humans even in harsh conditions. Fun fact number 3. We can actually hear sound from stuff deep in the space, like asteroids. They're honestly really creepy and even sound like breathing. I'd recommend listening to some space sounds. Really? What the heck? I should specifically say we can't just, like, hear them. We need space tech to pick them up and we can play them for people to hear. Right! Heck yeah. Lian trying to delay doing the math? I mean, it's not the math that scares me, but, like, doing, like, cryptic puzzle solving is hard. Like, once I know what I'm doing, I could chew through math pretty quick. At least, like, everything up to, like, a, I would say, like, just shy of a calculus level. Like, I'm relatively okay with. I didn't hate math, like, growing up. The thing that is, like, weird to me is, like, the thing that's, like, scary to me is just not knowing what it is I'm expected to do. Alright, with that, though, let's get swapped back. Alright. So, we have quite a bit of stuff to figure out. Alright, so I was trying to think of, like, they have these series of dots. And then the dots, for some reason, there's different amounts on different lines. I thought that per chomps, each of the dots could be, like, digits. So it could be 5 to 8 times 4, 3, 5. Sometimes the hardest part of math questions is the first step. I mean, like, this is like if you took a regular math problem and you, like, translated it into a different language. It'd be like, how do I interpret, you know? So I'm gonna guess that that's the top line of that first answer. And then the divided by, I'm going to guess, 4, 5, 9, 3, 6. I could do the long math, but at this point, I think we're gonna bust out a calculator. Let's see. Lily just sent me something. 435 is apparently 229,680 divided by 45,936. That does cleanly divide, so I'm gonna guess, because it cleanly divided, that is at least a good contender for what this is that I'm looking at. Okay. So, I generally be here for weeks trying to figure this out. I'm surprised I've gotten as much of it as I did. I'm gonna be completely real. I'm completely surprised that I've gotten as much of it as I did. Alright, so 5. We've gotten, I think, the first box done. And I'm seeing some square roots. In the second box. So, and 5 in this case would equal E, I believe. So we have the red line again. Wasn't the red line discussed in the Shrine Report video? Didn't they note that it was a... Isn't that like a decimal, maybe? Because... 3, 4, 5... Yeah, no. That distance in the puzzle... That many dots? That's 9 dots. So you can't have 10 as like one digit. I feel like that has to be a... Why is the... Okay, but like that's red and then the 0 for the 0.5 down here is red. That's weird. The red line here is mean. The only thing I can think of is that like it's a decimal point. So if I take that, um, 4, 9, 7, 6. You've been gaming a lot recently? Heck yeah. I gotta say, I absolutely love how much I've been able to game and art recently, even with working a lot. It's great. Okay, so... Actually, I don't think this particular calculator has, root functions. Yeah, here we go. We got so 1.4976. Oh wait. If we square root that twice. Guys, calculate is your default. You might have. I know you probably mentioned it before. Okay, so square rooting that does not make sense. Because I just get another odd fraction. And I'm going to guess that I need the answer to end up as a whole number. So... Can I square root just the decimal part? Alright, that doesn't make sense either. Is that how they say 0? Perhaps. If I do 10976, square root that, square root that. I love when my whole number answers end up being 1.325487. Okay, so it being a 0 doesn't necessarily make sense either. Do I have the right number down? I believe so. Okay. Hmm. Stative. Stative. What could the red line mean? There's a lot of stuff here, so let me look at... I need to bring this window back up. Okay, so... puzzle hints. Size of the dots doesn't matter. Saying nothing about the red line? Oh my gosh. Does red mean 0 because 0? Oh, you're right! Okay. I think that is right. But then why did my... That's why they made the 0 red. Okay. Display explicitly told you what the red line means. Do you need a reminder? Yeah, I thought they went over it in chapter 1. Whisper so Lian can't hear us. Lian, typically, you're wrong! I can hear you. It doesn't work when you put it in text. Oh wait, I did the wrong number. Is that why that didn't work? One 0 4 9 7 6. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, that makes much more sense. That makes much more sense. All right. I replaced 4 with 0 rather than inserting a 0. You know, I thought I was like thinking it was a decimal point at first, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's a 0, and then I think I just messed up entering the 0. So yeah, that square root's double down to 18, which is R. Alrighty, Smart Lizard, Is this literally just a collection of dots? I can't imagine they'd want me to be, like, counting the negative space here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that would be R again. I'll come back to that if the answer I'm getting doesn't make sense. Alright, so this is 64. Square root of 64. That's 8 times 2. That's 16 minus 1, 15. Which would be O. Um, 15 plus 25 is 40. Plus the square root of 81, that's 9. 40 plus 9. 49. Square root of 49 is 7. I believe. Yeah, okay. 7 divided by 0.5, which is the same as times 2. That's 14. So, 14n. And now this one feels a little weird. It's I forget what that means. Because, like, that's probably not double square root again, right? If they write it that way. Is that cube root? 256. Does that have a cube root? Is that 8 times 8 times 8? Let me just try to do square root twice first. I mean, it does have a double square root, so that'd be 4 as one answer. That's D. I'm starting to think that's not right, but I may come back to that later. Okay, so this is like a barcode. I'm not sure what to make of this. It feels like it's only the left-right thing that matters. Like the left to right width. There's long and short. That feels like Morse code. Where is Morse code? Still don't get how this one works. I don't know what... I'm gonna guess that... Usually it's period and dash, I think. Oh, this is looking promising. Okay. Detection? Okay. Alright. Alright, so we got the red and blue thing again. Let's see here. So we got large numbers again. It starts with a set of 5 red dots. They're in a cross formation, although I don't know if that matters. Wait, it might matter. Okay. The red dots being in a cross formation, that looks like multiply. So is it saying, on red arrow multiply, blue arrow divide? Maybe? No, that wouldn't, that wouldn't make sense. We gotta do a cryptic puzzle night or something? Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about this in the entire time, because, like, the whole cryptic puzzle thing is your jam. I would love to do something like that, darling. Especially because I know like you're really into that sort of thing. Let me see. Maybe you start with 5. Yeah, maybe you start with 5. But if it's like, you know, multiplication and division, then like these last couple would cancel each other out, right? Let's, for the sake of argument, it's gonna be 5 times 535. That's 265 divided by 1.55555. That doesn't quite make sense, actually. I would like to participate, but puzzles. Although I could be a cheerleader. Okay, so that doesn't make sense. Let's pull up the hints. You should remember what red and blue mean by this point. Wait, okay. Don't reset to A each letter. Wait, okay, so I was conceptualizing this wrong. I think. So, it's 5. I think I have to do some mod stuff. Maybe I have to do like mod 26. Mod 26 stuff for chomps. Maybe. Okay. So if it's 5... If red is... I think red is positive. I think it's just addition of subtraction. If red is positive... That link I sent might have something to help with ciphers, by the way. Right, you did send me something. Oh, maybe this is 212? Actually? And they just put it in a cross formation. 212. Times 535. Divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't make sense. So it could be 212. Let's go with addition. Plus 535. Minus... let's see. I don't think this is right, but 535, 55555, 3, 3. Does this have a mod function? Modulus, okay. 212. Wait, no, that's not mod choice. Mod 26, is that right? Equals 8. Wait, okay, yeah. No, it did that right. Alright, so... 4... You type mod and maybe that works? Okay. Maybe not. That's fine. Oh, wait. I didn't do that correctly, actually. Plus 535 is 747. Minus that. Mod in parentheses. Doesn't look like it. I'm sorry, babe. Like 26 is 19. Okay, so problem with it being minus is we go really far into negative numbers for some reason. Or 808. So if I take 154808 mod 26, that's 4. Minus 3 would increase the discrepancy to 7 and then go back to 4. So that's what? DSCGD? That doesn't turn into anything recognizable. DSDGD. I don't think that's right. Because, like, everything has been, like, intelligible words up to this point, as the result. So I don't think I got that right. Hmm. Should know what red and blue mean by this point. I'm very confused, though. That doesn't make sense in this context. I'll come back to that one in a second. How about this? So we have... all the numbers seem to have a color associated with them. The different arrangements of blocks are also colored. Let's see. It's in... the numbers are in an ascending order. Do we have a color association for each thing? I think we do. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. 18. 15. 7. 20. 5. 3. 20. 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. What does that come out to? PR. I think 15 is O. Yeah. OT. EC. And 14. Or 5, 6, 7, that's 14. Protectin? Why does that not look right? Protectin? Unless... you're supposed to put words together, so like maybe the ON is like the beginning of the next one. It is triangle the beginning there? No, it's the end. You would expect there to be an I there if it's going to be like protection. Oh wait, I'm missing a number. Okay. That might be where I is. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 9. I believe 9 is I. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, so that one is protection. So we have detection and protection. I don't think... It feels like the answer to this first one is supposed to be error. Because, like... It would make sense if this would say error detection. But I'm not entirely sure how you get to error. It feels like knowing this will be useful for later puzzles. So, like... That would mean the answer I was supposed to get for the 5th one... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Yeah, R. That's right. So that means I wouldn't have gotten this right then. $15 plus 25, that's 40. Plus 81, square root of 81, that's 9. 49. Square root of 49 is 7. Divided by 0.5, which is the same as multiplying by 2, it's 14. Oh, right! Okay, this is all one block. That's why that messed up. Okay. Because this is double square root, it goes into 4. You add 4 to 14, and then you get... Okay, yeah. I interpreted that as 2 different letters at first. That was my mistake. Okay, so we have error detection as the first couple answers. And then this one. You know, imagine getting 6 Roombas, tying them to a box in 2 lines, and using them to pull you through across the floor like a sleigh. Alright, so... Let me think about this in a different way. Let me just add the different bundles of dots together. Let's presume that they're not digits in this case. If I presume it's just 5 dots at the start, which is E, and then you add 13. You add 13 dots, that's 18. And then you subtract, what is that? 26. That just gets you right back where you started. 18. Then you subtract 3. You go to 15, which is O. Okay, that seems to be the proper interpretation. Hi, y'all. Hi, Sin. We're doing cryptic puzzles. Okay, so in this case, these weren't digits. It was just add all the dots together. Okay, so... They are... in order? Yeah, okay. So, that would mean Error detection. Error protection. Left Veritas Porta right. Right, okay, I need to go back to this thing. The fact that mod can accept negative numbers is what tripped me up on the third puzzle. I can imagine. I saw big negative numbers and thought I was doing something wrong. Wait, that just did it? I thought I was gonna have to solve something else. Hold on. Unraveling Stasis! We're back in it. These boss levels are getting more intense. Ah! Whoa. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh. The special effects! I'm entranced! Oh my gosh. That is heckin' wild and like, oh my gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Alright, alright. I'm not sure I understand your comment there, but hi there! Alrighty. The special effects can get a little crazy. I'm here for it, honestly. Ugh, I need to just, like, sit with that a moment. That was crazy. Oh my gosh. Someone like Snapchat filters. Okay. A click, a bang, and then silence. No impact, no splatter, no death. I opened my eyes, and there she was. Chio Sakamura, standing in the same position she was when I closed my eyes. It only took a moment to realize what had happened. They missed? For the first time since they appeared in the room, I could tell that the figure that shot at Chio was caught off guard. They stepped backwards in shock, and in the process, their gun. Eri was on it immediately, rushing over with lightning speed. She slid on the ground and grabbed the gun before the person could pick it up again, or even realize what had happened. You will find me again. Regaining their composure, even if only slightly, the figure turned to me again. I felt myself assaulted with overwhelming sorrow again. And then, darkness. Song unlocked, unraveling stasis. Wow. The lights flickered out. What the heck happened? A power outage? No, that can't be. The lights across the way are on. Hold on. Chio ran over to the wall and near the entrance to the hotel room and pressed down on the light switch. The lights turned back on again. Did the light switch somehow get tripped? Never mind that. Chio, look! The four of us turned to face the balcony, only to be baffled by what we saw. Or rather, by what we didn't see. That person is gone? Eri stumbled forward as if in a daze. I was in too much shock to say much myself. Everything felt still for what seemed like eons. Nobody knew what to say. In one night, everything had changed more than any of us could ever have believed. And then the silence continued. For minutes on end, and then hours. Chio, Allison, and Eri drove me to the hospital shortly after. Nobody knew what to say. What were we even supposed to say? My mind shut off. It had been used too much. Too much had happened. And so, time passed. A day in the hospital, and then a week. No contact with anyone else. The doctor told me I had to stay in Kagoshima for a while so that the hospital can continue to monitor my wound, even after I was dismissed from the hospital. Eri, Allison, and I ended up finding a place we could rent out for a few months. And eventually, Kotami came over to join us. Unfortunately, Chio had to return home to Tokyo for her work, but we stayed in contact. Throughout that entire time, I never heard from Suki. Slowly, my spirit returned, and life almost became normal again. But all of us knew what loomed on the horizon. Nothing could change what lay in store for us. The first step, we decided, was to go back to Chiyo's home in Tokyo. The Sunrise Foundation was a company we at least knew existed, after all, and their headquarters were based in Ikebukuro. It would make the most sense to look into them there. That strange figure I tried to shoot Chiyo didn't show up again. For a while, all of us lived in perpetual fear of them. But the fear subsided as we took the time to focus on living happily. Especially since none of us knew where the road ahead would take us. It only made sense to enjoy taking a break from all the action. Eri ended up getting fired from her detective position. She didn't seem too bothered by it, though. I've been wanting to quit for ages now, but it's not really easy. In a way, you grow up idolizing the police detectives who solve the murder mysteries, and then you become one and you realize you're stuck behind a desk 90% of the time. It sucks. She ended up getting a part-time position at a grocery store in Miyamosumi to keep us afloat while we waited for my wound to heal enough that we'd be able to go back to Tokyo. When Kotomi joined us, she also took up work at the same store. I've heard both of them on separate occasions that working with a sister at the same job is a miserable experience. I'd believe it too. Time passed. Days, and then a week. And then, about 2 weeks after I'd been discharged and put under watch for my injury, I heard a knocking at my bedroom door in the middle of the night. Oh my gosh. She was apparently a Toho player and can dodge literally anything. So, they never mentioned seeing where a bullet landed. They never mentioned, like, with this writer, they detail everything. And they didn't detail a spot where the bullet landed, right? And I think that's significant. So, like, that whole sequence there, where I had to do, like, the second, boss, like, gauntlet, I think what happened, and the whole, like, there was a glitch thing in the shrine, like, in the lab, right? Everything started, like, glitching out. And it was only after we went to that lab that the person came up. I think what happened is Saturday has some kind of, like, techno, like, glitch the Matrix type thing going on. I think instinctually, Saturday, like, stopped time to effectively delete the bullet. It's a video game, Lian. They just took damage and the bullet disappeared. Oh yeah, sure, Butter, sure. But yeah, no. I think Saturday did some reality rewriting in order to save Chiyo. I think that's what happened. And I think Saturday doesn't even realize she did it. Saturday and Allison discuss their feelings. Yes, yes. I was startled awake by a knocking sound. Huh? I waited a few seconds, and it sounded again. It was coming from the door, obviously. Who is it? It's like 2 in the morning. The door opened, and a familiar figure appeared in it. Allie? What's up? I know I'm up late sometimes, but you're never up past 12 in the morning. What's the occasion? Allison jumped onto my bed. I jumped. Startled. Yeah, Lian stream after streaming. Yo! Hi, peeps! Here's how aromanticism can win, chat. Gotta go eat dog, totally fine. Thanks for coming to say hi, peeps. I hope the day treats you well. Alright. Hey! Jeez, what the heck has gotten into you? My sentence trailed off as I realized what the weird noises I was hearing were. Allison was sobbing into my blanket. Oh, one of these scenes again. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on? Are you okay? Allison lifted her face out of my comforter and looked at me with tears in her eyes. Yeah, sorry. I'm just having a bit of a moment, I guess. Hey, come over here. Lie down. Talk to me. Allison was hesitant, but crawled over and lay face down on the pillow next to mine. So, what's going on? Well, I'm just having one of those moments where I'm incredibly scared. I know it's been weeks now, but everything feels so... God, I guess it just feels like it's been hitting me incredibly late. Yeah, I feel you. I'm in sort of the opposite boat, but I understand what you mean. Opposite boat? How? Well, during that first week of being hospitalized, I had this constant feeling of doubting myself. Everything hurt so much, and I was crying so much of the time that I had this disbelief, like, why am I choosing to put myself down a path that results in this? You know? But I don't regret it. I chose already, and my decision hasn't changed. I want to see this through. I need to see this through. With you, with Eri, and Kotami, and Chio. I felt a tight grip on my left arm, and looked over to see Allison clinging onto it, tears streaming down her face. But what if next time things are worse? What if things just keep getting worse and I lose you? I can't do that. Allie, ever since the night Allison kissed me, I'd been feeling a lot of things. I'd barely had time to sort out my feelings on the matter. But now that I was spending a lot of time resting, I had more time than ever to introspect, and I think I finally knew. You're never gonna lose me. I won't allow it. But what if something happens that's beyond your control? It won't. That won't happen. I promise. But how can you promise? It would be out of your control. You couldn't. I thought very carefully about the words I was about to say. And every thought told me to be true to myself. I'm not gonna hurt the most important person in the world to me. Allison looked up at me, surprised. The most important? Do you remember that night before the day at Okawachi Shrine? When you kissed me? Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I wasn't thinking, and I hope you're not mad at me. It won't happen again, I Allison's sentence was cut off. I put my hand around her head and hugged her tighter than I'd ever hugged anyone before. It meant a lot to me, I think. It took me a while to figure out these feelings because I'd never felt anything like this before. But I think these feelings are... Allison, I think that I'm in love with you. Allison fell silent, and then she erupted. Oh my god, actually love, like romantic love, yeah, like that. Holy, wow, yeah, like... Allison calmed down and took a second to breathe. So then, are we I don't know. Truth be told, I don't think I'm ready for a relationship of that nature. Not when we have so much on the horizon. After all this is over, though, I think I would want to be your girlfriend. If you would be okay with that. Yes, I would. Very much so. She was too cute. I was going to die from this before I could even get back to finding Suki. So, if it's okay, I'd like to remain close friends temporarily until all this is over. Until I can face the person I love with the attention they deserve. Okay? Yeah, I like the sound of that. It gives us something to work towards, you know? You saying that finding my family isn't something to work towards? No, not like that. Sorry. Relax, Ellie. I'm just teasing. But I agree. So, until then, just besties? Besties forever. We both laughed. Everything felt right. If I could feel this happy again someday, I think all of this would be worth it. My resolve finally formed there and then, and I decided once more my fate. For futures like this, I'll put an end to this curse looming over all of us. For everyone that means everything to me, in every way. Allison left the room eventually, and I went back to sleep. Hours passed, and then days, and then weeks, and then months. And miles away from where we were, in a forest torn between two memories, something moved, ever so slightly, brushed by the wind. And the horse began to rock once more. Another cycle past you, then. What a shocker. I leaned back. Endless strife had led to this moment. Finally, we could refer onwards. I felt a sensation of life behind me. Funny, given that the only person who knew how to access this parallel space would be... you, the World Keeper. I turned around, and there she stood. The figure whose purpose was antithetical to mine. The Keeper of Cycles. You can take off that suit and mask. You should know better than anyone that it's not worth your time to hide yourself from me. We're equal, after all. Fair enough. The woman unmasked herself, and her hair stretched downward. You know, it's not a great idea to keep your hair all tucked in like that all the time. I hope you're taking good care of it. That's none of you. What? Suki? What? No, hold on. I leaned back in my chair. Yeesh. Why so serious? Loosen up a little. You know why I'm here. To attack me? Surely that can't be it. You already know neither of us can harm the other in this space. Not as long as we're on the same level. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to warn you. Warn me, huh? And what would you be here to warn me of, pray tell? I know you think your little protagonist has some immunity because she's Saturday. But I'm here to tell you that if hurting her is what it takes to keep the world in place, I will not hesitate. Oh, please. Tell me something I didn't know. You make me sick. You know that? Claiming that you're doing all this for her? Yet it feels like you don't really know her at all. That's enough. Suki slammed her hand down on my nightstand. Just what do you know? You never knew her. You never knew what she had to go through to get to this point. I leaned forward. My sarcastic attitude was gone. In the light streaming in from the window, Suki could see me clearly. Dawn. The fact that you say that is the reason I'm doing all this. Let me get one thing clear. I hate you. I hate what you've done to the legacy of my friend. I have nothing to say about that. Figures. Jerk. Regardless, I'll be on my way. And know this. If, for whatever reason, we meet face to face outside of this space, I will kill you and put an end to this debacle before you hurt Saturday any more than you already have. Feelings mutual, buddy. And then she was gone, just as soon as she was there. I must persist. I have to. Deep down, I knew that everything that happened over that summer week was merely a precursor to what was about to happen that winter. I'm in too far now to be doubting the decisions I've made. And so, I sat back. I sat back and waited until the day comes that I will confront the results of everything I've done. I will persist. Why is the text all... Ooh. Turning. Okay. Okay. Suki was the figure in the doorway? And based on the dialogue that happened there, I'm guessing Chio is Dawn. What? Okay. Begin chapter 3. For a while now, I've been having this dream. In this dream, I'm not whole. I've been torn apart by something I can't quite comprehend. Split apart, not organically, but with brute force. I, as I exist, am doomed to the fate of being an observer, unable to interact with what I'm watching. A girl in a lighthouse overlooking a clay doll representation of humanity. While those I observe can move between spaces, I am signed to this space. All of this is to say, if I am between the binary and ternary, and she is on the binary, what does that make you? Chapter 3. Frosted Memories. I looked up from my phone as Allison walked into the room, slumped over. She walked over and face-planted onto the bed I was sitting on. I looked at her inquisitively. Also, can we talk about how Saturday's whole, solution was, oh yeah, let's just be besties until all this is over. No, Saturday, you naive little gremlin. Oh my gosh. You don't get to have that moment and actually say I love you and be like, but we'll be besties for now until we can figure things out. No, girl, come on. Oh my gosh. I'm genuinely losing it. Maybe they could even be roommates. Thank you, Maddie. What's got you all tuckered out? I leaned over and poked her hair. Sit up, Allie. I can't make out a word you're saying. Allison sat up. Packing. The same thing we've been doing all day. Well, speak for yourself. I finished up pretty early, actually. Yeah, because you don't have anything to pack. All your stuff is still back home on the island. Hey, don't fault me for being a lightweight to travel. I don't need much to get by. You're the one that had, like, everything shipped from Tanegashima. Allison glared at me with an unserious, tired expression. Yeah, and I've never realized how much of a bad idea that was, because now I have to get it all shipped back. Such is the struggle with a temporary home. I swear, if anything happens to them, I will fight God. I hear you, Maddie. I hear you. Sure is. How about you? You already packed everything up? Yeah, I did it this afternoon. Didn't really take too long, like I said. Maybe I should loosen up a little. I'm admittedly a little envious of you, of your single carry-on suitcase. Well, it certainly makes traveling easier, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss my home back on Tanegashima. So take that as you will. Fair enough. Just then, a rather tall silhouette appeared in the doorway. Hey, Kotami, what's up? Kotami walked into the room. Nothing much, just making sure you're both ready to be up early tomorrow for the taxi to the airport. Everything all ready? Yep. I know you're ready, Sat. I was mainly talking to Allison. Yeah, I just finished up. All the stuff that's getting shipped back is in boxes by the front door, and my suitcases are in my room. Cool, cool. Ari and I just finished packing. Don't stay up too late. We gotta be up at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. You got it. They're not gonna be up at 8 a.m. sharp. Kotami left the room and closed the door behind her, leaving Allison and I in the light of the dim desktop lamp on the dresser. Allison looked over at my phone in my hand. What are you doing? I turned on the phone to reveal the game I'd been playing. Putting in some grind on Noise Sunlight, trying to clear Chapter 5 update that just came out. Allison gives a lighthearted chuckle. Oh, I should have known. I felt a light impact against my side and looked over to see Allison resting her head on my shoulder. I gave her a teasing smile. You want to rest your head on my lap? Allison moved away from me, flustered. Wait, what? I mean, I just was like... You want to rest your head on my lap? Allison buried her face in her knees. Yeah. I put my legs down off the bed and let Allison lay down on my lap. I looked down at her, still flustered, with her eyes closed. Hey, you can't fall asleep there, you know. You can't stop me. I can revoke your lap privileges. But you won't. I laughed softly. Yeah, you're right. I guess you're the Sleeping Beauty then. Allison opened her eyes. If that makes you my prince, I'd say I got pretty lucky. Why is this girl the literal cutest human being alive? Oh, was that too far? Sorry. No, it's okay. I was just not ready for that. An awkwardly long silence passes. Hey, I wanted to ask, are you okay? You seemed kind of out of it all day. I guess you do know me too well for that to go unnoticed, huh? I guess it's not too much that I'm out of it, and more so that it really feels like this time, short as it was, is coming to an end. It's been 3 months since the stuff that happened at the shrine, and I guess I just got used to things actually having calmed down. Because once we step foot in Tokyo, we're back on the case. And anything could happen. I'm scared. But more selfishly, I'm going to miss these few months. Even if they weren't easy, it really felt like this was a major change in my life for the better. You know? Sorry, I shouldn't dump all this on you. Ah, Allie, it's okay. I understand completely. To be honest, I'm kind of in the same boat. My life already took such a monumental turn earlier in the year. And it really feels like we're about to take another one, doesn't it? But I think you and I both know this is something that we gotta do. It's not like... Oh, wait. Yeah. Nabbit. I missed the rest of that line. Ah! No! I'll have to go back and look at it. I would kill to be in that position. Yeah, I agree with you. But it's still scary, you know? Yeah, of course. But we're not facing this alone anymore. Neither of us are. You're right, as always. It's always gonna be scary, but we'll press on anyway, right? Always. That's just how we roll. Yeah. Are you skipping over the Yuri? Unforgivable. It was intentional. I wanted I wanted to read it and my thumb slipped. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was Lian reading the comment. I'm sorry. We went silent for a while before I inevitably had to get Allison off my lap so I could move into bed. Yeah, not doing this because I want to be a hero. Looking back, it feels so foolish that I was worried about that. It's been so long since all this began, and it doesn't even feel like this is connected to Suki anymore. But I still need to see this through anyway. And if there's something awful waiting for me at the end of this, I'll face it head first, together with those I love. It's not like either of this will go through all that and just walk away, the skip text. Thank you, ACE. Appreciate you. Alright. I get a little sippy. Remember to hydrate, folks. I was fine. And then, like, heckin' the Yuri giving me sweaty palms. Ah, that scene was so cute. Oh my gosh. Ah. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just be besties. Girls, like, come on. Y'all just gave yourself an excuse to not have to, like, get your hopes up, but still be able to have your cake and eat it too. Oh my gosh. Alright. Mina Miyosumi. It was about a 2-hour drive from Mina Miyosumi to Kagoshima Airport. Luckily, the weather wasn't particularly bad, so most of the drive was scenic. Eri and Kotomi had taken a different cab, which left just Allison in the one I was in. About halfway through the drive, I got a text from Eri. So, I got everyone their own burner phone for a while we're in Tokyo. Why? We're diving headfirst back into the situation that injured Saturday. And we know now that there's at very least some kind of organization with actual power involved in all this. I want at the very least for us to have some kind of protective measure here. I agree with Eri. However, whatever group is involved with all this without a doubt knows we've been poking around. The more we can do to keep ourselves untraceable, the better. Wait, but wouldn't they be able to track this conversation if that's the case? Why are we talking about this in a group chat, lol? Wait, yeah, Saturday has a point. They can technically track this conversation, yes, but they wouldn't actually be able to get the numbers of the phones from this alone. Ah. Okay, I get you. I've given Kotomi hers, and I'll give you 2 yours when we arrive at the airport. Just letting you know in advance to save explaining it in a crowded space. That makes sense. Thanks, Eri. Yeah, no problem. I put away my phone and looked out the window. We were passing through Tiramisu. The ride was relatively quiet after that. The occasional light talk between Allison and I. Eventually, the two taxicabs met up at Kagoshima Airport. Airport, sweet airport. Here we... No, I'm not letting you do that again. Party pooper. Kotomi laughed. I'm still not used to you two actually getting along, you know? Eri, you hated Saturday's guts just a few months ago. Hey, I never hated her. I just had a strong idea of what she was like in my mind. You know they say not to judge a book by its cover, right? Being fair, the only part of the book I had was the cover, and when the cover involves that much ranch, it's easy to assume that's what the book is about. I'm not following along with this metaphor. Sorry. Of course you aren't. Allison and Kotomi chuckled, and we moved off the taxi drop-off area to the actual airport building. By the time we got through security, it was afternoon. What gate are we again? Allison reached into her pocket to check her boarding pass. Gate 37, looks like. So that's down... that way. Oh, wait, hold on! I want to ride the Movator. The what? That's the Movator! Right there! I pointed at the treadmill-like thing on the ground. The moving walkway. Yeah, the Movator. Nobody calls it a Movator? Wait, you guys have never heard it called a Movator? I have never heard it called a Movator. It's a Movator, like an escalator, but it moves you. A Movator. An escalator that moves you? When I lived in Canada, people called it a Movator. Allison's from Canada? Yo. Oh my gosh. Well, this isn't Canada, is it? That doesn't make it any less of a Movator? I hope you realize that the time you've been arguing, you could have reached the end of the Movator. I'm going on the Movator! Then go. Nobody's stopping you. Okay! I walked over onto the Movator and slid across it. Eri, Kotomi, and Allison stood still the entire time and stared at me. It was a miserable experience. Oh my gosh. I love walking across those things when like the past couple times I've been doing airport. Walking those is fun. Or walking on those is fun. It makes you feel like you're going super speedy. After we reached the gate, Eri handed us each our burner phones. They were really old, like the kind of phone that had an actual numpad on it. When are these from? Like 2008? Well, you know what they say. The best way to go unseen is to go retro. Nobody says that. I said it. Hey, that's my bit. Anyway, each of us has numbers on the other three in the contacts already. I've used our initials as well, just for an extra measure. Isn't this going a bit overboard? Like, yeah, it's good to be cautious, but this feels like bordering on paranoia. I don't mean to be blunt, Saturday, but do you want to injure your other leg? You know by now the danger of what we're dealing with. Yeah, but... No. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. Eri seemed a little taken aback, as if she wasn't expecting me to actually change my position. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to grab some snacks for the flight. Kotomi, come with me. What do I have to? Yes. Allison, Saturday, do you want anything? A bag of chips should be fine? What about you, Sat? If you can find one, a flaming hot Mountain View. I've kind of become hooked on those. That stuff's bad for you. What isn't in this economy? I'll look anyway. We'll be back shortly. Eri walked off, with Kotami slouching behind, clearly not amused. Back from eating, and I'm sure a romanticism won today? Yeah, they totally did, Butter. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My goodness. I guess we should take a seat? It didn't look like it was going to be a very packed flight, so there were plenty of open seats for us to sit in while we waited to board. We took a seat and waited for Eri and Kotami to come back. Oh my gosh, what is this cute drawing? What the heck? Oh, I love this style. Oh my god. Interlayer hideout. I got so distracted by what was happening inside the bounds that I dropped my combo. Wait. Dawn? Wait a second. Okay, I gotta commit this to memory. Dawn looks a lot like Kotami. What the heck? Can't wait for my small model. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. Oh my gosh. The goober face, yeah. Oh man, not even an S+. That's going to bump my rating down quite a bit. Dagnabbit. I couldn't really complain though. I put away my tablet and rewinded the feed that was displayed on my monitor. Burner phones, huh? I could probably make that work. I spun my chair a bit to the left to focus on one of the other monitors. As much as I hated to admit it, I was actually starting to get used to this little space I had set up. It's a little ironic when you think about it. I'm the one pushing Saturday towards the truth. But I found peace in this little hideout that exists outside the narrative. Haha. Got the number of Saturday's phone. Now that I had this, I had to figure out a way to actually put it to use without triggering error detection. And ideally, without the World Keeper catching on. I didn't know where she was or what she was doing at the moment, but as long as she wasn't here, I should be good. It'll be fine. We're on equal playing ground. She can't spy on me, and I can't spy on her. I pulled my whiteboard around towards my desk and got to work. For a while now, I've been stuck in this dream. Watching, waiting. Eventually, I got sick of it. That's when I became aware of your existence. At first, I thought you were an anomaly, a being that had somehow entered this world from above. But after a while, I realized that was incorrect. You are not an anomaly, or even a being. You are a world. Eventually, Lily's gonna need a Beeg model. She will get a Beeg model eventually, for sure. You were a catalyst. You were the catalyst for my determination. And finally, we are so closer to the breaking point because of you. Before we continue, I wish to thank you for that, and to apologize. Everything I've engineered was for this moment, and that required keeping you in the dark. As we approach the end of this accumulation of cycles, I'd like to finally show you everything that has led to this point, the extent of our struggles. The truth about the vivid stasis operation. Oh my gosh. Okay. Upside down A? Yo. Okay. Oh, this one I feel like I could do on middle, per chumps. Time for some more music! Wow. My brain short-circuited there, oh my gosh. Wow. Am I laying cute while she's too focused tonight? No! You can't do that! Oh my gosh. Title drop? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the rhythm game. Sometimes you forgore. I should try middle to learn it. I'm like almost tempted to try to 12. Okay. Let's go ahead and give Finale a try, as I probably get destroyed. Ah! This is so much. Okay, that is so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I was not able to handle that too well. Okay. Now that I've seen a bit of a game, it feels like the rhythm gameplay and the story are kind of disconnected. Sort of. Like, yeah, like, the rhythm gameplay is kind of like what has, like, pacing between the story. But, like, I do think it's representative of this, like, underlying, like, metaphysical, element to the story. Like, it could be implied that the rhythm gaming segments are, like, what mechanically powers the supernatural things that happen within the story. Hello? How is everybody? What on earth? I am rhythm gaming. We are looking at a rhythm game with a lot of yuri in it. The story and the game are mostly separate, other than some moments where they are combined. Well, one tends to push the other along, right? It's just a representation of the stuff that's happening in, like, the glitch side of things, right? It's abstract. That's how I would characterize it, I think, is it's an abstraction. Lots of rhythm? Yeah. By the time our plane had landed, it was well into the evening, and being winter, that means it was dark the moment we stepped off the plane. Jesus. Cold. You literally just sat in a heated tube for a few hours. I'm not surprised you're cold. Do you need my jacket? I mean, if you're offering, then... Yeah, I figured. Here. Allison walked over to me and handed me her jacket. I wrapped it around myself. I could never find myself admitting it to her, but I wasn't really that cold. I just liked wearing Allison's coat. Heckin' gay. I started to walk towards the exit to the luggage claim, but Allison stopped me. Are you forgetting about the other half of our group? Come on, let's wait for them. Oh, crap, you're right. Totally slipped my mind. How the heck did that slip your... I think the last few months have been... of doing absolutely nothing have made you even denser, actually. I laughed, and we leaned against the glass wall with our carry-on bags. A romanticism may not win the day. No, I just have to have hope. I may have to send you a particular Yuri manga I read before, Butter. That may, be up your alley, I think. Indeed, it had been months. Many months of resting. Not so much while waiting for my leg to heal up, as the wound had mostly sealed up about as well as I was going to within the first month. Instead, we had to spend most of the time working just to get the funds to make the very trip we had just begun. We'd spend day after day, week after week, and month after month, saving up just enough to allow us a month in Tokyo. All of us figured that would be enough time to accomplish whatever it was we were going to accomplish here. I found myself wondering what the next month would have in store for us. After the commotion that was the first few days in Minamiyosumi, the topic of what had happened was tread around very carefully. Nobody knew what to say for a while, even though we all agreed that spending some time in Tokyo would be beneficial to all of us. Both for the reason of giving us something to take our minds off of everything that had happened, and also to do some further investigation into the very same everything. The Sunrise Foundation was a name that came up a lot back in the awful days in August. And the fact that nobody could quite remember or explain what it was, but knew that it was related to whatever was going on, was enough to warrant our curiosity to get the better of us. And since their website said they seemed to be based in Tokyo, it only made sense for us to spend some time out east. After a while, the shock of missing Suki vanished, in a way that didn't entirely feel right. Almost like I was more used to not having her around than I was used to her being a part of my life. And then that in itself became a source of anxiety for a while. Luckily, Allison helped me through many panic attacks, and they calmed down with time. Allison, I genuinely don't think I could ask for a better person in my life, even when I'm thinking this to myself. It sounds cheesy as all heck, but it's how I truly feel. Even though we said we wouldn't date until after everything had calmed down, my overwhelming feelings of love for her never got any weaker. That's not to say Allison and I didn't have any romantic interactions at all these past few months. It's more like we were waiting to make it official. Of course, everyone else had already realized long before we told them. Eri even said she didn't know we weren't a couple until after the Geology Museum incident way back in July. But when I'm with her, I genuinely feel like I could overcome anything that's thrown at me. It's even more than that. I just know I can. In a way, it feels like it's already happened. Time and time again. And yet... Wakey wakey, eggsy bakey Saturday. Huh? Jet lag getting to you, bestie? It wasn't even that long of a flight. I looked up to see the ever-opposite sisters. I guess they had caught up to us while I was deep in thought. Hey, shut up. I had an energy drink at the start of the flight. Aren't those supposed to keep you awake? Well, yeah, but I have a weird brain. Caffeine is just a knockout drug for me. Saturday also has ADHD? Come on! Oh my gosh. It's true. I can back this up. Oh god, she can back this up. Allison looked over at me. So, have you heard from Chio about her current whereabouts yet? She's supposed to be picking us up. Oh yeah, she said she'll be right outside by the baggage claim by like 8:30. Yeah, okay. So, folks, my fellow gays and theys, why does heckin' Kotami have the same hairstyle as Dawn? Or at least look similar enough. I would need to put them side by side, I think. Energy drinks helping you sleep? Theater Lian Sirenia reference? You know it. We'd best get going then. Come on. Kotami sprinted down the long passageway leading us to the baggage claim. The remaining three of us looked at her defeatedly. It's still 8:20. Regardless, we ran after her. Better to be early than late. Probably. Anyway, I think aromanticism might have lost this day. It's okay, Butter. There's always next time. And like, to be honest, at least in my case, I am very, very thankful the last couple games I played have taken Yuri and completely demolished the idea of it only being subtext and making it explicit. It has been so refreshing. Oh my gosh, I absolutely adore it. And getting to see those bits where they are, like, actually being cute and, like, exploring each other. Like, come on. It turns out Kotami might have been right to run, as all of us severely underestimated the size of the airport. In the end, however, we managed to make it in time. It's almost like Kotami knew how to proceed. The baggage claim was just before the exit, so after we got our bags checked, we stood outside and waited for a few minutes. Eventually, a taxi pulled up with a familiar-looking girl inside. Hey, there she is! Chio! Saturday! Allison, Eri, and your, Kotami Nichibotsu, Eri's sister. Oh, you're Kotami! Nice to finally meet you. I'm Chio Sakamura. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. So... Right. Okay. So, between Kotami and Chio, I feel the same dynamic I did between Dawn and Suki. Some parts of this are conflicting, but I wonder how that's going to reconcile. People Lian have accused of being secretly Dawn. Saturday, Chio, Kotami. I don't remember accusing Saturday of being Dawn. I'm like confused between Kotami and Chio. And like I'm learning new information and trying to take it in. Lian's just trying to cover up that she's actually Dawn. No, how could you catch me like this? Y'all could never get away. Anyway, Chio, what's with the taxi? Didn't feel like driving out here? Saturday, I don't even have a driver's license. Or a car. I'm a very strong public transport advocate. I thought I told you this. Wait! What? Hold on! Chio talked about having a car back at, Minamiyosumi. What? What do you mean? What? No, you totally didn't. She totally did. She did. It's literally so recent you can see it in your messages without scrolling. You guys are no fun. Chio laughed. Anyway, my place is pretty close to here. The bus doesn't run at a reasonable enough rate for me to be here at this time, so I took a taxi. Speaking of which, we should probably not keep them waiting. Good point. Sat, give me your suitcase. I'll put it in the back with mine. I nodded and rolled my suitcase over to the back of the taxi. Allison opened up the trunk and slid our bags together. Despite her relatively short appearance, she was much stronger than I was. That isn't exactly a hard bar to pass. Yeah, no, we already saw that Allison is pretty strong. I sat down in the back seat, and the other three slid in beside me. It was the tightest fit I'd ever been in my entire life, and being squished in next to the person I was madly in love with made the ride a whole lot more awkward than it probably should have been. Luckily, it was only about a 35-minute drive from Tokyo International Airport to Chio's apartment in Ikebukuro. That name kind of catches me off guard. That and Minamiyosumi. Which, to be honest, is 35 minutes longer than I would have liked it to be. But it could have been a lot worse. Chio's apartment was part of a small, 3-story condo. Luckily, there were a few extra rooms that Chio usually uses as an office space that she had prepared the mattresses in. Eri and Kotami got one room, Allison and I got the other, which was fine by the both of us. Oh, did you finish setting all your stuff up? Yeah, not like there was much to set up. All we had was the stuff in our carry-on bags. That's fair. Where are Allison and Harry? I think both of them are in their rooms. We had to get up early to pack for our flight, so it makes sense that at least some of us would be exhausted. You guys aren't, though? I'm nocturnal. There are times where this is about the time of day I wake up. Oh, I see. That doesn't sound very healthy, but I'm not your caretaker, so I won't pry. Chio worrying about people's sleep hygiene? Butter reference? Appreciated. My sleep schedule is already enough of a hassle. You guys want to sit down in the living room and chat for a bit? I haven't had a chance to meet you yet, Coach Me. Being nocturnal, Lian Sirenia reference? Sure. I'm assuming you'll all still be up for a bit too, right, Saturday? Yeah, of course. I'll join you guys in a minute. Let me go in and check on Allison first. Sure thing. Chio and Kotami walked down the short hallway to the living room, and I started walking up the stairs to the bedrooms that Chio was letting us stay in. I slowly opened the door to the room Allison and I were staying in. Sure enough, Allison lay inside, passing out cold. I backed out of the room slowly, but then I heard a soft voice from below me. Saturday. I looked back, and Allison had one of her eyes open, looking at me. What's up, Allie? Can you do me a solid and fill up that glass with water? I don't have the energy to get up and do it myself right now. She pointed at an empty glass on the nightstand beside her bed. I laughed. Of course I can. Hold tight. I grabbed the glass and walked over to the adjacent bathroom and filled it up with water. Then I brought it back to the bedside and leaned down to place it on the nightstand. Thanks, Saturn. I love you. What? I was so caught off by Allie's sleep-talking, I didn't even think she realized what she was saying. And would probably forget by morning. I regained my composure and smiled, and then hesitated for a second before I left the room. Love you too, Allie. Get some rest, okay? Closing the door, I stood in the hallway for a solid few minutes to wait for myself to stop blushing before I went back downstairs. Chio, Kotami, and I sat in the living room for the next half hour talking about how life had been the past few months. I felt the sense of almost familiarity. Familiarity is a weird word for you to bring up at about this point, Saturday. There's some funky stuff going on with memories here. And yeah, I noticed that it was weird that, like, Suki became a lot less of a, like, overriding concern in Saturday's, like, motivations. Like, this is feeling weird. Growing up, I had always been the loner aside from a few friends I had. And even then, aside from Allison, none of my friends felt super close to me, in a sense. But now, I felt that I really found the people I loved, and that I would do anything to protect. So, like, her saying loved. I don't know about that. People are messing with Saturday here. Soon enough, Kotami went to bed, and Chio followed. I sat in the living room alone for a few minutes before retiring for the night myself. We had agreed to spend a few days out enjoying the city before doing any kind of thinking about the Sunrise Foundation. And I didn't want to be even remotely tired for that. I'd wanted to go to Tokyo for a long time, and I wasn't about to pass up the chance I'd been given. Huh? Wait, what? Didn't I live in Tokyo at one point? Umstative. Notice how all the text is in past tense? I'm gonna have to re-listen to these scenes. and like take down a lot of notes, I'm feeling like, because there's a lot of stuff that isn't adding up. My gosh. Okay. That is so heckin' odd. Alright, so we're gonna be doing more music. Oh, I definitely have to go down to opening. Okay. Simulated reality. I'm sure this has nothing to do with the game. These truly were our frosted memories? Yeah. The title feels a bit more on the nose, now that I think about it. Yippee-joe. Okay, I could probably do 9. It'll probably beat me up a little bit. This music is so good. Oh my goodness. Ah. So, like, unironically, I'm usually not much of a dubstep girl. It's not the type of music I usually gravitate towards. But, like, this stuff is, like, really interesting to me. And I'm unironically thinking of, like, grabbing, like, the soundtrack at some point to, like, just listen to. I feel like it'll be fun. And also, I feel like this game does this a lot, where they do, like, the bar on one side, like, either left or right, where you can hit either of the buttons, and then a single note on the other side. They like to pair up those a lot, and I feel like those are, like, my kryptonite right now. It confuses me more than if they just chose a singular note for both sides. And I don't know why it confuses me so much. My brain heckin' rebels. Sleeping may help with that. That's your answer for everything, Butter. If everyone listened to Butter, we'd be sleeping 16 hours a day. Wow. Okay, let's talk singularity. If anything, it'll make me colder since I won't have my rage keeping me warm. Then. Let's make sure we try 10. This song is titled the same thing as Saturday as it then says. I do feel like I'm getting better. But it is taking quite a bit. These memories sure do be frosted. Okay. Freedom of the soul. Saturday, Allison and Kotami spend time in Tokyo. This episode contains topics of getting older / adulthood, ruminations on sexuality. Okay. Though it was already our second day in Tokyo, it was our first chance to actually go out and explore a bit. We'd spend time the entirety of the 17th recovering from jet lag and general exhaustion from packing everything up and moving it out of our temporary home in Kagoshima. So it wasn't until today we actually had the chance to get out of Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro Station. Wow. So this is what a subway station in the big city looks like. It's not that different from the ones down south. We just never ride the metro line. Sure it is. It's all in the vibes. And as certified vibes expert, I proclaim that the vibes here are totally different. How are you making that sound with your mouth? Kotami laughed. After a while, I learned to stop questioning it. I'm surprised you haven't, Allie. You've known her for way longer than I have. There are some things about the nature of reality I haven't come to terms with yet. Kotami walked over to one of the automated kiosks and printed 3 tickets. One for each of us. It was just Kotami, Allie, and I today. Eri and Chio had stayed back at the apartment to go over the facts of the case once more. I would have liked to stay with them, but I can admit that the energy made me kind of a hindrance for someone trying to think of through something intellectually. It was probably best to let the detective do the work, so Kotami, Allie, and I grouped up and decided to take the Yarikacho line to Chuo and check out the Ginza shopping district. Kotami walked back and handed us our tickets. This is only valid for one trip, so we'll get longer tickets on the other side. Got it. Kotami scanned our tickets for us and we walked through. The ride through Ginza Ichime Station was about half an hour. The train we were on was decorated with lots of cute advertisements and decorations. Wow, this could be the future of public transportation! These are all the things we have on the other metro line Saturday. You just always take the bus. I glared at her jokingly. You're ruining my whimsical sense of discovery. That's bad vibes, Allie. Allison sighed, but chuckled. Though the ride was uneventful, just looking out and seeing the sights of the capital of Japan as we rode through the Bunkyo and Yoda made the ride feel like a gift of a lifetime for me. I was never really partial to the nature vibes of Tanegashima, even if I missed it a little having been away for so long. Even despite that, I often found myself forgetting I had lived on Tanegashima in the first place. Forgetting? It was probably natural after not living there for a few months, but it felt a little unnatural, like the fact of living there in the first place wasn't right. But I shook the thought from my mind. Oh my gosh, Saturday keeps having these thoughts, and I keep being like, girl, I want to shake her. Chio was talking about this. Saturday, why didn't you speak up and talk about that weird phenomenon? Come on. The true final boss of the game trying to pronounce names of places. My American tush is having trouble. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Stepping out of the station, Kotami pulled out her phone for directions. Here we are. We can split up from here, but make sure to keep in contact through text. At absolute latest, let's meet back at this station by 4:30, yeah? Sounds good. Where are you two going? I'm going to Ginza 6. I've heard a lot about it for a while. I want to check it out. How about you? I'll probably just wander around the streets for a bit. It's not often you get the chance to just wander around Tokyo. What are you going to do Saturday? I'm going to take a taxi up up to Akihabara. More my kind of vibe. That's pretty far out. Should I come with you? I mean, if you want to, but I know how to use a taxi system. Allison seemed to contemplate for a second, but thought it would be better to just trust me, which I appreciated. Okay, just text if something happens, okay? Yep, will do. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Lian speaks through her tush. My gosh. Y'all intentionally misunderstanding me for the bit. How dare. The three of us split up, each exploring the big city in a way that appealed to us most. Despite the rough circumstances that led us here, the chance for a trip to the capital isn't worth wasting. Eri and Chio could discuss them at home, but we were all the more than willing to take a much-needed breather. Immediately after stepping out of Akihabara Station, I was assaulted with a wave of sound. It made sense, after all. Akiba is the biggest electronic district of Tokyo, covered from head to toe, floor to the ceiling, with anime and video game merchandise. Holy cow, this is insane! Of course, my excitement and adoration tripled once I actually reached the main strip of Akihabara. Even though its full glory shone in the night hours when the streets were all illuminated by the neon glow of buildings from all angles, the sheer size of everything made my jaw drop. Buildings were adorned in signs in all possible positions, and even the characters in the signs seemed to be fighting for space just to say everything that the sign wanted to say. It was truly an information overload, and of course, I felt right at home in the midst of this. I walked around in the radio building for a while, looking at every single one of the merch items that adorned each of the floors. After spending an hour here alone, and realizing I was only on the 3rd of 10 floors, I forced myself to walk back out for my own good. I ended up spending most of my time at the Game Station Arcade. I didn't often get a chance to visit arcades, with them being less common in the Southwest, and straight up non-existent in Tanegashima. Yes! Finally got an S on a 10! Let's go! I spent the following hour and a half trying a bunch of new rhythm and fighting games I never got a chance to try, and falling in love with a whole ton of new games all over again. That's what Kanji Super does? How is that blockable? At all? I'd known it for a while, but hanging out in Akiba had settled it. I'm definitely moving to Tokyo once all of this is over. Kotomi was walking through Ginza, looking around at all the towering shopping centers around her. Of course, a trip out to Ginza was a little more than a sightseeing trip for her. She and Eri were never particularly wealthy, and that held even more true now that they were running on limited funds that had been amassed during their months at working at random grocery stores in Kagashima. Honestly, I'm glad the nightmare is over. Never send me back to retail again. The extravagant atmosphere of everything related to Tokyo, but especially Ginza, served as a short reminder for Kotomi. A reminder of a fancier world that existed beyond what she'd lived up to that point. Being stuck on Tanegashima her whole life. Not to say she wanted to be super rich or anything naive like that, but Kotomi had a habit of letting others trample over her for the sake of her own success. And you don't really make it anywhere in life if you don't learn to have care and love for yourself as well. Kotomi stopped in front of a video game merch store, which weren't particularly common in Ginza. Did I accidentally walk all the way to Akiba by mistake? Well, whatever. She wasn't really one for all that kind of childish entertainment as she saw it, but decided to take a look inside anyway. The store wasn't nearly as large as wasn't nearly as big as the large, expensive department stores that made Ginza what it was. Instead, a humble one-story installation into a larger shopping complex. Kotomi browsed the aisles for a little while she looked at titles of video games she'd never heard of. Oh, Xenostrike Legends. I think Saturday told me about that one. Though she'd never say it to her face, at least not for a while, Kotomi envied Saturday in a way. Saturday had a kind of freedom and energy that most people envied once they hit their 20s. And although Saturday would turn 20 next July, Kotomi didn't doubt for a second that energy would stick around for a while. There was a little demo kiosk for some game console at the back of the store, and a couch set up to imitate a little gaming lounge. So, for once in her life, Kotomi decided to enjoy a bit of youth she thought she didn't have anymore, and ended up spending 2 hours in the store trying all the different games. The owner of the store, a surprisingly older-looking woman, seemed to get great enjoyment from watching Kotomi try for hours to break all the scores and see as much of each of the games available as she could on the limited demo kiosk. When her lunch break came, she decided to go sit down next to Kotomi on the couch. You sure are having fun there. It's not often you get to see people spending a lot of time in the game store in this part of the city. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess. It's been, what, 10 minutes? Sorry if I'm hogging the machine or something. The storekeeper laughed and leaned back into the couch cushions. It's been an hour and a half, actually. But it's okay. Nobody else really comes by for that long, and I especially don't see people using this old thing. Old thing? This is like a preview kiosk for some gaming console, right? Maybe if you're living in the year 2011. The Wii U died out due to poor sales back in 2016. But it holds a special place in my heart, so I keep the demo kiosk up anyway. Huh. I had no idea. I, don't play video games that often. Really? The way you were crushing all those scores, I thought a seasoned pro had walked into my shop. You were having a time of your life. Kotomi laughed, seemingly flustered. Ah, yeah, I'm not a huge gamer or anything. I don't really have time for that kind of, younger entertainment. The storekeeper let out a large chuckle you might hear from someone's grandmother. Who says video games are for the younger folk, anyway? I mean, look at me. Hit my 50s ages ago, and I'm still here running this little shack. Huh. I don't think I ever really thought about it that way. I remember being a young adult. You grow up, and then you think that's that. Our youthful days are over, and now you're an all-serious adult who has to work a 9 to 5 and never think about anything else. As if. Your youthful energy only sticks with you as long as you let it. Kotomi didn't have a good response to that, but she knew the woman was right. Oftentimes, she found herself getting caught up in the bittersweet trap called nostalgia, regretting that her days of freedom were gone. Saturday playing rhythm game? Vivid Stasis reference? Cinema! Wii U, my goat. Heck yeah. Also, hi, Evelyn Makes Things. I hope the day is treating you well. Thanks for dropping by. I want to play old fighting games in an arcade. I played a few fighting games here and there, but not often. I need to get back to practicing Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. I hope they got MH3U on there. My darling coming in with the Monster Hunter fandom. 8-year-old me loved playing on the Wii U demo disc kiosks. Aww. But the truth is, if you keep yourself in the good memories of the past, you can never make more good memories in the present or the future. The storekeeper stood up. You know, this thing was a commercial failure almost a decade ago, but I still have some for sale in the storeroom. This is just my personal recommendation, but I think it's a great little console for trying out new things. Never had an overwhelmingly large game library. Nobody else wants them, but they're technically for sale. Kotomi thought about it for a second. Ah, what the heck. I'm not a fashionista. I don't think I'm going to be interested in much else in Ginza. Kotomi stood up and walked over to the counter. She ended up walking out of the game store with a console and a few games. And that's when Kotomi became a gamer girl. It's already 4 o'clock. Allison ended up not paying much. Instead of looking around at all the expensive clothes and finally finding herself a place to sit down in the food court. Of course, she knew that she wouldn't end up buying much. She was more so just taking in the atmosphere of a place where so many people cared about their appearance and the way they present themselves to the world. So many people here in fancy, cute outfits. I kind of feel out of place sitting here in just my normal jacket. Allison was never particularly one to care about her outward appearance or presentation. She never really understood why people would. At least not in the beginning. All this changed when Saturday came out to her as transgender, though. Thinking back on it, it's really been 7 years since the Man, I don't want to think about the fact that September 2015 was over 7 years ago now. At first, Allison hadn't really understood the concept when Saturday had brought it up to her. But thinking about it for a little bit, it felt fairly obvious to her. Why wouldn't people get the chance to choose who they want to be? Gender, sexuality, race, religion? All these properties didn't matter as long as a person is kind and humane. That's what Allison believed. So she was relatively quick to accept who Saturday wanted to be. But both of them were still young, so the idea of someone harboring hate stemming from another person's identity didn't make sense to them. Truly, to be young is to be more blissful. Although Allison had been more confident about her gender and being fine with who she was on that front, Saturday's own realizations about her identity had led Allison to think a bit on her own life through the years. It was through this that Allison realized that she was asexual. Oh. I remember growing up thinking, wow, all that stuff is kind of gross. And then everyone would tell me, you'll stop thinking it's gross when you're older. And then I just never stopped thinking it was kind of gross. Allison had struggled with that for a long time. She had felt like because she wasn't seeing what everyone else saw, she was defective or something was wrong with her. Saturday helping her out was her own journey of self-discovery. What made her fall in love in the first place. Even from the start, Allison and Saturday had always been the most important person in each other's lives. One might wonder how it took so long for their true feelings to blossom. Heckin' asexual rep? Yo! Suddenly, Allison's phone buzzed. When she read the chat log on her lock screen, she couldn't help but burst out into a smug laughter. How do you leave the subway? Follow the yellow exit signs. Heading up. Yo, like, what does the exit gate want from me? Put your ticket in. It will open and shoot it through. Was I supposed to get my ticket back from the station I put it into? Oh god. Oh, yes. It comes out the other side. Oh. Uh-oh. With a helpless grin, Allison looked up from the food court. It looked like she would have to rescue Saturday from the Ginza metro station. So much of the stuff in this game is stated explicitly, which is nice. No, for sure. And, like, it's one of those things where it's like, realistically, you shouldn't have to say it explicitly. But, like, we get so used to not being represented in media and heteronormativity being the default that, like, it really is nice to be like, hey, no, this is what we're talking about here. Like, be on board with it. Let's talk about this. Come on. Yeah. Okay, so it is about 5:30 here. I'm gonna take one more break to give my voice a little bit of a rest and to hit the restroom, and then we will be back for more Vivid Stasis. I'm absolutely adoring this game. I know I say that about a lot of games, but like I really am. I love how this is written. I'm getting so giddy over these girls. Back in a sec. Ah! Alrighty, I returned. Sorry for the little bit of a wait. I needed to prepare, something so I could have, food later ready to go. Let's catch up and chat for a little bit. Saturday, you're kind of screwed. Saturday became such in the subway for the rest of her life. Roll credits. Oh, stuck. I see. Ah, poor Saturday. Come on. Oh, time for fun facts with butter? Fact number 1. When a caterpillar goes into its cocoon, it begins to release enzymes to digest itself and reform its body, turning into a butterfly. Still, it retains its memories and even trauma. Oh no. Fact number 2. A giant Gippsland earthworm can grow up to 1 meter long and spends most of its time underground in Australia. Sadly, their numbers are few enough for them to be considered endangered. Oh no! Of course, the meter-long worm can be found in Australia. Fact number 3. If you ever wondered how people move elephants across the sea, they bring them as babies. Old Bet came to the Americas when she was 2 years old, but was murdered by some random farm. What? I don't even know this elephant, but like that's sad to hear that. Aww. At age 20. Aw. Could be improved with some yuri, methinks. Best you can do is yaoi? Hey, yaoi is cool too. I mean, like, yeah. I'm a gay girl. I go nuts over other gay girls. Like, I love seeing myself I love seeing yuri in situations where it's like, ah, that's the kind of thing I want, right? It's kind of, like, for me, it's very much like a wish fulfillment thing. Bonus fact number 4, in some species of bugs, they can't tell the gender of their mates. As such, males will sometimes mate with each other unknowingly when they're too androgynous to tell. Wow. But yeah, no, I am absolutely adoring this game and how it tackles, like, you know, queer identities, like, head on. And, like, I'm sitting here having to wonder, like, what the heck is going on? Because this entire chapter 3 has been so weird. In that, like, they get to Tokyo and it's like, all of a sudden everything becomes jumbled. Yeah, Yuri? Absolutely, yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, like, I go nuts for Yuri, but, like, I also, like, cheer on folks that want yaoi or, like, other kind of queer identities, be it, like, queer platonic or what have you. Aromantic relationships, those are a thing. Asexual relationships, of course. Like, there are so many people in the world with so many states of being and so many different life experiences that, like, it's fun to see all of them, I think. I know that I can definitely, like, zero in on my own little niche pretty hard, but, like, I want there to be recognition for everybody. This is the perfect stream. It just had Yuri and cute Lian. What the heck? Come on. Another person to add to the heckin' cute allegation armies. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna be playing for about an hour longer. And then I've gotta take a longer break to get some food in me before I go to raid later tonight. One day we'll get the yaoi stream game. For sure, for sure. For now, though, let's get back into the Yuri. Also, I have wireless headphones now, because my last set broke. And don't think I didn't notice how, similar to the Shrine Report video, like, the song has a bunch of numbers in the background. Fucking game's trying to pull one over on me. Hi, kitties. Hi, Rain! We're reading Yuri. Alright. Giving myself a bit of a hydrate, and oh, the game isn't showing. Hold on. Why isn't it showing? Screen capture going wonky. There we go. I'm gonna exit the scene real quick. There we go. Content warnings. This episode contains topics of panic and worry. Ta-da! This is exactly what we need. Chio carried a large corkboard into the room. Eri looked at her with an exasperated glare. Seriously? What? I've always wanted one of these. And your notepad is very clearly running out of space. Went to a pride parade today. Yo, Rain, I hope you had fun. This sounds like a blast. Lian screen capture is homophobic. Yeah, I had to restart the screen capture for some reason. Eri looked down. It was true. Her notepad had been her primary method of taking notes since she started working as a detective. It was almost completely filled up. She sighed. Okay, one more time, from the top. We know that Suki went to work, disappeared on her lunch break, boarded a ferry, went to the shrine, and then nothing. Do we even have anything else? Chio thought to herself for a second. Nothing that I can think of, unless you count the fact that the universe is conspiring against us. A fire without a source and a coincidental cave-in are kind of suspicious, don't you think? What? Do you think that there's a god out there that's pissed at us? She said it as a joke, but Chio didn't flinch or laugh. At this point, would you be surprised? It all seems fake, I guess. Or like we're following a trail of breadcrumbs that stray just far enough from the truth for us to follow it without question. That's an interesting take, actually. Do you think... At that moment, the door slammed open, and Chio and Eri both jumped. Allison, Kotami, and I walked into the room. Oh, welcome back. How is Ginza? So cool! A lot of fun stuff, and I definitely did not get lost in Ginza Station on the way back. It didn't happen. Allison, Kotami? That happened. I glared at them, and then carried the bags full of apparel and goodies that we bought over to the kitchen counter. Kotami slumped over on the couch, absolutely exhausted. Allison, on the other hand, noticed the comically oversized corkboard and started fawning over it. Whoa! That's the biggest corkboard I've ever seen! And you organized it so well! Are these tacks color-coded? Oh my god, and they're organized by date followed by alphabetical sort. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever laid my eyes on. Eri and Kotami looked at this strange turn of character with confused expressions, while I stood in the corner just smirking. Even Chio was surprised by her strange passion for corkanization. Yeah, and the verticality shows the approximate time. I've been looping it from 7 a.m. at the top to 6 a.m. at the bottom. Because that's the lowest concentration of events, so it leads to a more coherent organizational structure. Oh my god, yes! She's gonna be at this for a while. I decided to leave the two of them to their excited ramblings about organization and cork. Eri walked over to me. So, what did the two of you manage to figure out while we were gone? Anything new? Eri sighed. Nothing, unfortunately. We were spitballing a few theories, but unless you have a good explanation for random acts of nature impeding our progress, we've kind of hit a roadblock. We think we need to look at some of the lesser places of interest in Tokyo area and hope to find a new trail. I was kind of expecting you to say that, honestly, but I have good news. I got you a plush while we were in Ginza. I shuffled around a bit before pulling the plush in question out of my bag. A crudely drawn cat vaguely shaped to be a huggable. I will cherish this greatly. Eri quickly scurried over to find a spot in the room to act as a pedestal for it. I'm glad she likes it. The next time I glanced over, I saw her placing what I could only assume is an offering bowl in front of it. She placed a handful of coins from her purse. It's strange seeing the side of Eri, but it's sweet. Looking back at the corkboard, Chio was exasperatedly guiding Allison through every single note placed on it, seemingly running out of stamina. I like the art style. The art style is so good. I don't know if you saw the thumbnail when you came in, Rain, but I just finished my thumbnail for this today, right before stream. Let me see this. I did this based off of the style, and like, I love the style so much. It's fucking awesome. But, I'm gonna be posting that to Fetty later. Allison seemed to be none the wiser to this, though. I guess I'll clean myself up a little. 5 characters on screen. We're truly advancing to a new age of this technology. For real, though. We are upgrading to VN technology. Looks amazing. Thank you, Rain. My gosh. Remember to hydrate. No, it's not. How dare. I walked into the washroom and splashed some water on my face. When I was washing my hands, however, I felt a vibration in my pocket. My phone? What could that be? I fumbled around in my jacket and pulled out my phone. I didn't have any notifications. And it slowly dawned on me that I didn't have vibration notifications turned on my phone in the first place. What's going on here? Reaching into my pocket again, I pulled out my other phone, the burner that Eri had given me. Maybe it wanted to let me know the battery was dying. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and the display read, "One new message." Huh? That's not possible. I opened the rudimentary messaging app and opened the unread message. When I saw what was in it, I froze. Hexadecimal? Is this some kind of prank? Of course, the hexadecimal wasn't what caught my eye first. The sender was... Eternal... What? It came from her own phone? What? My own phone. I rushed back to the living room, out of breath. Allison was done with her corkboard fantasizing, and was sitting on the couch with Kotami. All of them looked up at me. Saturday, what's wrong? My phone. There was a message, and... Sensing that I was panicking a bit, Allison stood up and walked over to me. Come on, sit down. What happened? I sat down on the couch and exhaled. I explained the text message that appeared on my burner phone with myself listed as the sender. Eri frowned. Yeah, by all means that shouldn't have been possible. I don't think I have to ask you if you were actually the one who sent the message. Yeah, of course I wasn't. I'm more concerned with the message contents itself. That's readable hexadecimal. Most of the bytes are within the lowercase ASCII range. Yeah, you're right. I'll transcribe it. Eri took out her phone and plugged the hexadecimal into an online tool. It says fourthreport.mp4? A file name? My blood ran cold. There was only one thing this mystery person could be hinting at by sending only a file name. Sure enough, it led to a video on the shrinereport.xyz website, which presented a similar kind of puzzle to the original video from way back in the summer. We spent a good hour or so trying to solve the cipher. It led to an address and a time, similar to the original video, an empty lot near Shinjuku Station, at a time of 8:15 p.m. on November 19th, tomorrow. We all went silent after that. It was clear that what the message was asking us to do. Okay, so, hold on. I'm going to pause this here 1 second. I'm going to pull up our browser window. that we've been doing this on? Where is this? Come here. Give browser window. Okay, so. Last time we saw this whole thing. Alright, so we need trying to report to XYZ dot fourth report dot MP4. That doesn't seem quite right. Unless it's... Hold on. I must have gotten that wrong. That, or... It's not accessible quite yet. I love how they all casually recognize Hex. Like, Rain, I don't know if, you've seen, like, any of the earlier parts of the stream. This is a game a lot about, cryptography, right? Earlier, they had us hacking, like, Morse code and, like, typing in specific addresses into, like, a web browser and stuff. That's why I have, like, this giant, like... That's why I have this, like, notepad set up, and I had a calculator going earlier. We were figuring out, like, ciphers and stuff. Like, that's a core part of this game, Rain. I have not. I'm diving headfirst right now. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. It's a rhythm game. It's cryptography. It's trans and gay, and we just learned that Allison is an asexual. Like, it's fun. For a rhythm game, though, it's kind of hard for, like, as someone that, like, isn't super practiced on rhythm game all that much. No tap gaming? This is no tap gaming. This game would be my nightmare. I'm so bad at math. Oh my gosh. I need to show you something after I get out of this scene. We all went silent after that. It was clear what the message was asking us to do. Okay, if no one else is going to say it, I will. This is totally a trap, right? Definitely. But also one I'm not sure we can afford avoiding. Normally I'd investigate with backup, but we don't have that luxury. Eri stood up from the couch and clenched her fist. Chio, would you mind accompanying me tomorrow, in case it's dangerous? You're the oldest one here. I'm sorry to have to involve a civilian in a situation like this, but I need backup of some kind. You're definitely the most able to fend for yourself. Of course, Eri. I stood up, protesting. Hold on! Why just you two? I know it's dangerous, but this message was directed at me, right? They definitely want me there. Because if it's a trap, we'd be bringing you directly into harm's way. Isn't that my choice to make, not yours? I understand, but please. I want to know the truth. There's no convincing you otherwise, is there? Stat, are you sure you want to do this? I don't want something to happen to you. I'm sure. Please let me come. This feels like a culmination of everything that's happened these past few months. I'm begging you guys. You're right, I guess, but I'm coming with you. Eri started protesting, but stopped herself. Hold on, never mind. But you two are going to be on a tight leash, okay? Alice and I both nod. Eri knew by now that the only person as stubborn as I am is Allison. And that'd be a waste of energy trying to fight us. But we also know that Eri just wants us to be safe. So we usually don't go against her wishes unless it's really important. It's settled. If we leave by 7:30, you can get there at the designated time easily. I suppose you're also going to want to come, Kotami? Of course I am. My best friend and my sister are going into the enemy's nest and you want me to stay at home twiddling my thumbs? Not happening. Kotami's determination was unwavering. Something that we rarely saw from her. But she knew how to stick to her beliefs when it came down to it. It was one of the reasons we got along well in the first place. Very well. Until then, let's try not to worry. Here's the mind... something. Leash, but I'm a cat girl. I wouldn't let them talk me out of it. For real, Rain. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and unlock those. Okay. Rain, I need to show you. If we go back to chapter 2. Um, so, if we access this menu, we have the cryptography locks. I had to solve this in order to unlock the boss rhythm level, right? So you go to one of these puzzles, and this is the type of thing you're met with. I had to solve math and translate that into letters to then put together a password. This was the Morse code. We have some cryptic, ended up being addition and multiplication. And trying to turn this into letters too. I had to take that solution into here to unlock everything. A simple puzzle. Simple as that. I'd never beat the second chapter. They do have hints, and I think the site even just, like, says the solutions. I already figured out the solution to this one earlier, so let me figure out if this just gives you the solutions. Yeah, it can't, like, there is a site that, the site has hints, and the hints will give you the solution if you want to just skip it. I think you can also turn off the cryptography part, but, like, I wanted to solve it, you know? You'd be cooked at the first step. Yeah, no, this is a cryptography game. It is so cool. And, like, Lily is, like, a cryptography buff. And so, like, I saw this, and I'm like, ooh, Lily'd be really into this. In this chapter, we're talking about hacking hexadecimal, and, like, oh my gosh. Also, I forgot... Oh, wait, no. We unlocked a new song! So now we get to see the rhythm gaming part of it. Welcome to the rhythm game, Rain! Did I mention this game's free? It's just on Steam. You can just get it. Sorry. How is this free? That's what I was saying! How is this free? What do you mean? Reminds you of DDR? Yeah, it's similarly... It works similarly. It's a 4-button rhythm game. I have infected this place with a vivid stasis bug. I saw someone playing it years ago, and or like a year or two ago, and I wondered what it was, but I never saw the name. I'm so thankful, ACE, that you brought the name to me. It's so awesome. So yeah, Vivid/Stasis. Look for it on Steam. It's free. Add it to your heckin' library. It's awesome. When people say this game is worth more than they're charging, you know it's a good game. It is worth so much more than what they're charging. Like, I'll be honest, I would have paid like at least 20 bucks for this game. Like, what the heck? One thing I will say about the game is the scope floor required for the story songs can get pretty high near the end. I am noticing that. It is a pretty, like, demanding rhythm game. When people are used to DDR and Rock Band, often not being as demanding. I could totally do this. I used to practice DDR songs on my PC as a teenager. Yeah, no. Definitely do so, Rain. It is so much fun. You can turn off the cryptography parts, or you could give it a spin. Like, whatever you like. And the story parts are visual novel stuff with Yuri. It is... Oh my gosh, it's so good. I've seen Vivid Stasis profile pictures so often, but never played it for so long. Like, I am absolutely loving this. And Saturday and Allison's relationship is so hecking adorable. Oh my gosh. The good part about having no idea what's going on is I can play this semi-blind if I really want to in the future. You can, yep. Okay. Into the Sunrise. Saturday visits the Sunrise Foundation at night. This story episode is very long. It's recommended to be prepared before selecting the node. Okay, yeah. This is the Final Fantasy XIV warning. Warning, many cutscenes are about to play in sequence. Content warnings. This episode contains topics of panic and worry, eerie atmosphere, being overwhelmed, confronting difficult truths, panic attacks, yelling/arguing, unreality, and guns. Your lips bleeding? Oh, Maddie. I hope you can have something to help, like, treat it. Remember to use your chapstick, folks. Lip balm. You don't want to dry out your lips. We had tried to take our minds off of what was coming, but it was a fruitless effort. Also, yeah, Rain, this character, this is the protagonist. This is Saturday. She's trans. It was approximately 90 minutes before the time specified on the puzzle video, and I was sitting on the bed in my guest room in Chio's apartment. I wasn't sure how to explain the feeling, but it felt like everything was converging to this single night. I wasn't sure if I was ready to find the answers that were waiting for me, but the video message's appearance had made it plenty clear that I no longer had any choice in the matter. Make sure you use sunblock too. I get concealers that have SPF factors. Absolutely. Wear sunscreen every day you go out. Yep. The door opened and Allison walked in. Are you okay? Yeah, I am. I'm just nervous. She sat down on the bed beside me and rested her head on my shoulder. I'd be more surprised if you weren't nervous. I'm nervous too. I think everyone is. But I don't doubt that you've got it worse. So much of this is centered around your own feelings. I guess it's just important that I make sure you know that I'm here for you. If you ever need me for anything, ever. I think that's the main reason I've been able to come so far. Yeah? What makes you say that? She was hiding it, but I could tell that got her all flustered. She had that oddly insecure side to her compassion. At first, I wanted to pretend that everything was okay. All those months ago, on that day that ended in the museum fire, I hurt you and myself by trying to force myself to believe I was doing better than I was. So I started trying to be more honest. Opening up more when I was feeling out of it. I've worried a little, all this time, that your high spirits over the past few months have been the result of you putting on a brave face. I worried about that too. It's way too easy to fall into unhealthy habits without realizing it. But when I took the time to analyze the situations I was in, I found that it was all true. I was able to live some of my most true months this past fall, even despite my life being completely upended ever since the summer. And while, yeah, I owe some of that to Eri and Kotomi and even Chio, I think most of it was because of you. Ah, you flatterer. I'm not that special. There are tons of girls like me. Whether that's true or not doesn't change anything, because I don't have this kind of connection with any of them. Fair enough. Glancing at Allison, she buried her head in my shoulder, obviously not expecting a wholehearted answer to a joking question. You've changed too. Have I? Absolutely you have. The Allison of summer 2022 would have told me that there's absolutely no way we should have paid any mind to the puzzle video. I don't know if you've realized it, but at some point, your goalpost shifted from trying to stop me from action to being there for me when the action arises. And that helped a lot. Seriously. I think that after the museum incident, and especially the cave-in, I kind of just realized that there is no turning back. That there really was that really was the turning point. I really wish you'd give yourself more credit. It's no big deal, really. I don't think I deserve any kind of special praise. I leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. Well, you're getting it anyway. What a shame. Transcoded. That line hits hard. I too lived my truest self. Right! Right! Yes! How do you vocalize that kind of sound in your mouth? You gotta tell me. I mean, maybe once you tell me how you vocalized it, Tilda. Both of us laughed and sat in silence for a little longer, reveling in the moment as if the world was going to end in a matter of seconds. But the peace could only last so long. My alarm went off. Time to get going? Yeah, it is. This Yuri's almost as cute as Lee. No, it's not. This Yuri's way cuter than I am, because I'm not cute. Are you ready? Nope, I'm not. That's okay. I'll be right here with you every step of the way. I know. Thank you, Allie. I love you. Love you too. Now, let's not keep Chio waiting. We stood up and walked out of the room. I flicked the lights off the switch on the wall, and as I did, I took one more glance around the room. How many things will have changed by the time I step into this room again? The location specified in the video message was right by Shinjuku Station, so it was only a short train ride away from Ikebukuro. As we rode up on the train, Eri briefed us on the backup plans in case something went awry. Obviously, our burner phones are the best way to send out any kind of SOS. I'm assuming you all brought yours? Yeah, we did. But why are you only checking this now? Shouldn't you double-checked before we left? Hey, you're right. It seems like it all worked out in the end, so there's no need to dwell on it. I could tell from her tone that she had also spent most of the time before we left preparing herself mentally for what was about to come. Over the past few months, I've come to realize that Eri is much less steel-willed as she seems. Probably even more fragile than Kotomi. She's gotten better at opening herself up to those insecurities, but it's a process. So she's still the police detective who isn't allowed to emote at times. I looked around at my friends. The thought entered my mind that I might not get to see one of them or all of them after the events of tonight, but I dismissed the thought from my mind. Allison saw me tense up slightly anyway, though. She gripped my hand tighter as if to say, it's all going to be okay in the end. That more or less helped me fully calm down. Though the train ride was short, it felt like it lasted an eternity. But even the eternity reaches the end of time eventually, and sure enough, we got off the metro line at Shinjuku Station and walked up into the busy streets of the red light district. The location we'd pointed to was visible immediately after leaving the station. It was... Wait, what's going on here? I thought it was an empty lot on the map. It definitely was. Looks like the gate to the lot is open. Almost as like we're being welcomed in. My uneasy feelings rose up briefly, but I gripped Allison's hand harder and we walked forward through the fence surrounding the building that shouldn't be there. The building was tall, easily about 15 stories. When we walked around the back, there was a plate near the door that made me freeze in my tracks. The Sunrise Building? Hearing my shock, Eri, Kotomi, and Chio hurried over. Sure enough, the back entrance has a sign above it that read, Sunrise Building, rear entrance. The Sunrise Foundation again. They've been all over this mystery. And now, a building of the same name appeared in the lot that we were led to believe was empty. It shouldn't be a stretch to say that something's up here. You're right. Why didn't this building come up? And something else is bothering me. The four of us looked at Eri. What is it, Air? When we were walking in here, I saw one of the pedestrians look at me and overheard them say something along the lines of, why are they going into that empty lot? You think they can't see the huge building for some reason? It's not impossible. It's if to them, it doesn't exist. So then, why can we see it? Because I've allowed you to. Oh my gosh. Hold on. It's heckin' Dawn! She's even got her different style. What the heck? What the heck? So she's got a similar, like, hair thingy as, Kotomi. But the front bang is different. She's got Aries bangs. What the heck? It's almost like Dawn is an amalgamation of designs. Maybe I'm just imagining things. The five of us jumped at the sudden arrival of a voice unfamiliar to us. Spinning around really fast, we saw a woman in a long dress leaning against the side of the building. So, like, whatever's happening, they're messing with the girl's perceptions. Who are you? Are you... Relax. I'm not your enemy. I'm the one who called you here in the first place. I take that to mean you would be Kisho Biyori then? Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who sent you that message. How did you get the contact for our burner phones? Careful surveillance. Have you been stalking us? No. Are you done with the questions? I called you here because I thought it might be time for you to learn the truth. And why would we listen to you? Because you came all the way out here in the first place. Why did you do that if you had no intention of listening to me? It's okay, Chio. So, Kisho, what do you know? Do you know where my sister is? You could say that, yes? What's with the vague response? I think it would be better if you saw for yourself. That's why I led you here. The truths lie in this building, normally obstructed from what you can see. I have allowed you to see it. Is it like some optical illusion thing? No, that can't be right. For now, I just need you to trust me. You'll find all the answers you're looking for in there. So let's go. You can let us in? Yes. Hurry up, now. With an attitude that clearly said she had no time for fooling around, Kisho walked to the door and opened it up. It appeared to already be unlocked, but that couldn't be right. 6 characters on screen, Lian's PC won't be able to take much more stress. Characters? Probably fine, I have a pretty good rig. This much Yuri? Who knows? Lian getting tripped up with the swears is still really funny. I have the amount of times I have to like skip over words or like try to think of replacements is jaw-dropping. Ah yes, I would totally trust someone who sent me a message to myself, and I brought you here to show you the truth. Yeah, no, she's not being totally enigmatic and obtuse at all. Nope, totally not. I tried to open that earlier and it was locked. I didn't hear her unlock it either. Just who is this girl? The five of us exchanged a worried but determined glare. As we discussed, Kotomi, I'd like you to stay outside here and notify us if anything goes awry. You're still okay with that, yeah? Yeah, I am. I'll message you immediately if something pops up. You four ready? No, not at all. But let's go anyway. I let go of Allison's hand, and Allison, Eri, and Chio walked towards the door. As I started following them, Kotomi tapped my shoulder. Hey, Saturday. Come here for a minute. Huh? What's up? Noticing that I'd stopped, Allison turned around inquisitively. I assured her I'd be right there and ran back over to Kotomi. I know you already know this, but in case you need a reminder, don't ever feel like you have to push yourself too hard in order to find answers, okay? It's okay to feel overwhelmed and to take a step back. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kotomi. Yeah. Good luck in there. I rushed back over to where the others were standing, and we entered in the door, following the strange woman who called herself Kisho Biyori. The lobby, as we could tell from the windows outside, was dark. In fact, none of the lights in the entire building appeared to be on, which further helped to drive home the uneasy feeling that we were inside a building that shouldn't exist. Good, you're here. Where did Kotomi go? We decided before coming in here that if it came to us having to infiltrate some kind of building, she'd remain on lookout outside. That's not a problem, I assume. Sorry, needing to clear my throat. Chio spoke matter-of-factly in a cold tone I'd never heard from her before. She clearly didn't trust Kisho, and for good reason. Kisho sighed and ultimately didn't argue back. Yes, that's fine. We should be quick. Regardless, I can't keep this up all day. Keep what up? You're gonna have to start actually explaining, you know. If you're going to bring us out to a building that nobody else can see, and make us infiltrate it with you, the least you could do is lower your condescending attitude. Kisho looked like she wanted to snap back against that, but ultimately decided against that. Fine. This building is the headquarters of the Sunrise Foundation, which is, under almost all circumstances, hidden from public eye. What I want to show you is on the top floor, which you can get via the elevator. Sunrise Foundation, huh? What is it, really? There's no way it's just a geology corporation. And it's all over the case, even from the very beginning. Of course it's not a geology corporation, but believe there's a reason that everyone is led to believe it is. But there's a reason that everyone is led to believe it is. I think it would be better to explain it on the elevator ride up. Mind following me a little longer? Yeah, fair enough. The four of us followed her as she led us down a few hallways to a staff elevator. Despite the lack of lights in the building, the power to the elevator seemed to be working. After a short while, the door made a ding sound and opened up. Ah, God, light. The elevator blasted us with light. It looked like the light was on in there, at least. We followed Kisho into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Kisho pressed the button for the topmost floor, floor 17. The elevator whirred a bit, and then the doors closed. It felt as if the last thing connecting us to the world had been sealed shut, and the elevator cabin began to ascend. I suppose I'll ask you outright. Do you know what the Duskbreaker project is? Dusk... what now? Upon hearing the word Duskbreaker, I felt a minor headache coming on, but I managed to push through. The Duskbreaker project is, well, in a way, you could say it's the true purpose of the Sunrise Foundation in its entirety. The geology business is a front of some sort, hiding what the company is really all about. So what is the Duskbreaker project? Why is it so secret that they have to fake it being a geology company to hide it? Well, they don't fake it being a geology, whatever. The Duskbreaker project, or just Duskbreaker as it's usually called, is effectively a neural interface supercomputer. Neural, like it messes with your brain. Well, in a sense, yes. But that's not what its main purpose was. So, what is its main purpose? Kisho stopped for a second, as if for the first time, she was hesitant whether to continue. I gripped Allison's hand again, and she gripped back as if to assure me that everything was going to be okay. Kisho finally spoke again. The Duskbreaker's main purpose is a world simulation device. Have you ever seen that movie from the 80s? The Matrice? Something like that? Well, not exactly. Just the part where it's simulating a world. Nobody was really sure what to say. What Keisha was saying was so outlandish, but all of us knew deep down she had no reason to lie. Why were we so sure of this? I still don't know. Why we were so sure of this, I still don't know. But nobody tried to call her bluff, or tell her she was full of it. This technology was, obviously, very secret. I'm not privy to knowing why the Sunrise Foundation was formed, or why they sought to create such a powerful machine. But the facts remain that the Duskbreaker does exist, and, in the center of everything relating to your sister's disappearance Saturday. To tell the truth, even from the start, I knew that there had to be some big company involved with all of this. But a world simulation is... I don't even know humanity had the technology to make something like that. Well, you could always ask the lead engineers. Both of them are in this elevator. Oh, yeah, whom's to Tim? All of us jumped, as though we'd been less surprised by the revelation that a world simulator existed than we even thought we'd be. Nobody seemed prepared for that one. The lead engineer on the project was Kisho Biori, myself. And the assistant lead engineer was one Chio Sakamura. What? Me? Everyone turned to look at Chio, who seemed the most surprised out of anyone. Are you serious? Why don't I remember this? Do you not? It makes sense that you would forget exact details. But you yourself said that you had fond memories of working at the Sunrise Foundation, didn't you? It was said so casually that most of us didn't think much of it. But Eri, being the natural detective that she was, didn't let that slip up past. Hold on. How do you know about that? We just met you today, and Chio definitely didn't talk about that anytime within the last few minutes. Wait, yeah, that's not right. What are you playing at, Kisho? Who are you? You're not Kisho. As if the next domino in a row of revelations had fallen over, all of us turned to look at Chio, surprised. Oh boy. Okay, so there's some suppressed memory stuff going on. And I have a feeling that the Chio that Kisho is talking about is the one that drives. Chio might go, of course you were able to make the world machine. It is the world machine, oh my gosh. It's true that I have fragments of memories of working at the Sunrise Foundation. I don't remember working on any Duskbreaker project, and I don't know why the heck I would have forgotten. But I do remember one Kisho Biori, and she was not you. So who are you? The woman who had until this point called herself Keisho sighed, as if she was minorly inconvenienced. It was the most believable way to get you into the Sunrise building. I just took the most logical path. You tricked us! What the heck are you doing to us? Nothing. I'm doing what I promised you I'd do. Showing you the truth. This is just the best way to present it. Of course, I knew this would happen as well. It happens every other time. Every other time? You'll see. Look, I know it's a lot to ask for you to trust for your trust after lying about my identity, but I'm not here to be your enemy. The answers for everything are at the top of the building. Answers about the desk breaker, answers about your conflicting memories, answers about how all this ties back to your dear sister. As if on cue, the elevator finally stopped its ascent, and the doors opened into a dark hallway. If you must call me anything, Dawn will suffice. But we have to be quick, because the real enemy will catch on before long. Hurry now. The woman who now wore the name of Dawn walked into the shadow of the lightless hall towards the end. I felt Allison's hand grip mine again. Are you doing okay, Sat? I think so. For now. It's a lot, but I can do it. I have to do it. I'm still here by your side. Yeah. The four of us left the elevator into the hallway. The door closed behind us, casting our entire sight into complete darkness once more. There was just enough light for us to make our way down the narrow hall. Though there were doors on either side of us, none of the nameplates had anything written on them, giving the impression that this floor was not to be used by anyone. Finally, we caught up with Dawn. She stood in front of a large double door at the end of the hallway, seemingly waiting for us and double-checking something. This is the only office on this floor that's occupied. It's the president's office. As in, the president of the Sunrise Foundation? Yes, this is his office. It's the first truth governing everything. Are you prepared? I stopped for a second, almost instinctively answering yes, and took the time to steady my breathing. I grounded myself using the warmth of the hand of the person I loved, and exhaled. Please open the door. Dawn seemed to understand my answer. She pushed the double doors open and invited us inside the office. The office, like the hallway and lobby, was shrouded in darkness. Dawn pulled out what seemed to be a miniature flashlight. She walked to the front of the desk and leaned against it, facing me. Saturday, do you know who the founder of the Sunrise Foundation is? Did I? I thought about it. I should know this. But everything in my mind is screaming at me that I don't. That doesn't make sense. I don't think I do. I see. Then, take a look. She stepped aside and threw me the flashlight. I caught it and turned it on, pointing it at the desk where she was leaning. The light illuminated a small nameplate on the desk, adorned in a sun-related decor. The nameplate read, Setsuki Tasogare. Setsuki... Of course. I knew the name, whose name this was. Setsuki Tasogare. My father. My dad is the president of the... My breathing intensified and my heart rate rose rapidly. Sensing that I was beginning to fall into a panic, Allison rushed over to the front of the desk where I was standing and took the flashlight from me. Placing her hand back in mine and squeezing it tight, I breathed. Setsuki Tasugare is my father, and he's the president of the Sunrise Foundation. Though this shouldn't have been a major revelation, nobody in the room was losing their mind from the shock. On the contrary, it felt like a lot of things finally clicked into place. God, yeah, that seems right, doesn't it? I turned to face the woman calling herself Dawn. Dawn, what's going on with our memories? Why do these conflicts keep happening? And why does it feel like all of our memories have been overwritten and we're just now getting them back? Dawn hesitated, a rare sight for her, but finally she spoke. I think it would be best if we continued. There's still more to be seen. At those words, something finally boiled over inside Allison. She snapped. Okay, I've had enough of this. How long are you going to string us along and force us to play by your rules? If you're trying to show us the truth, you're doing it in a way where you're more or less just toying with our emotions. Is this like a game to you? Do you actually care about Saturday learning the truth so that she feels better? Or is this all just some kind of story to you? Do you not even have a bit of compassion to give her the time of day? Dawn stood up from her leaning position against the wall, angry. How dare you? I'm trying to help you, and this is what I get? We only have so long before the World Keeper takes notice of what's going on and we get sent back to cycle start. Even now, you keep spouting off this stuff like you expect us to just understand. But when we actually ask for clarification, you just say the answers are up ahead, ooh, and expect us to just be okay with that. What the heck is a cycle? Who is the World Keeper? Can you finally answer some of our questions? As the tension in the room clearly continued to escalate, someone other than the two arguing finally spoke up. Okay, Allison, let's calm down. I understand your anger. And Dawn, it's time for you to give us some answers, on our terms. Because you clearly benefit from us knowing the truth in some way. If you don't start actually listening, we're heading right back down to where we came from. Ari was surprisingly good at diffusing this kind of situation in her own unique way. She spoke to Allison with compassion and understanding and switched to being cold when addressing Dawn near instantly. It was one of the things I most respected and kind of feared about her. Dawn seemed completely unbothered, though. She changed back into her normal serious self instantly, so fast that it almost felt like she had never lost her temper to begin with. It felt inhuman. Dawn, I would like to ask you a question about the Duskbreaker. It's the hypothesis I've come up with that all the context you've given us. All you have to do is confirm or deny if I'm correct. Yes, I can do without the in-depth explanation. I'll answer. Before I ask, Saturday. Ari turned to face Allison and I. Depending on the answer to this question, everything could change. And I literally do mean everything. Are you sure you'd like to stay in this room? Or should I wait to ask? After a few more deep breaths, I answered honestly. I'm staying. Please ask your question. I want to know. Very well. She turned back towards Dawn. Between all the insane things you've mentioned tonight, and looking at the state of this building in itself, a lot of things don't make sense. But there is one possibility that makes everything fall into place. It's insane and unreal, but only as insane and unreal as a device capable of simulating an entire world is. The question I'm trying to ask is, this world that we live in, that we walk around in, that we're standing in right now, is this the real world, or a simulated world inside the Duskbreaker? There was a short moment of silence. I let out a completely forced laugh. Come on, Ari. Really? I mean, I don't doubt this Duskbreaker thing exists, but there's no way, right? Dawn, however, sighed. I suppose the answer you're looking for is that this is a simulated world of the Duskbreaker, though describing it as not being the real world is a bit of a false descriptor. I see. Chio, please move Saturday and Allison to the corner over there. Chio jumped at the sudden request. Allison and I were too stunned to refuse or even say anything at all. We moved into the corner of the room. It all happened in an instant. Ari whipped a small pistol out of her jacket and pointed it directly at Dawn. I'm going to ask a few more questions, and you're going to answer them. Understand? Dawn, however, did not seem at all fazed by the gun pointed directly at her chest. You know, I wasn't so sure. I wasn't sure about the right time to bring this up, so I'm sorry if this is another major revelation. But there's something I noticed when investigating Suki's office all those months back that I never talked about. Huh? What is it? A whole lot of books about something called the meta layer concept. It's all pseudoscience mumbo-jumbo, but if I apply it to the situation, a lot of things suddenly make sense. Basically, it talks about the idea of world layers. The idea that there are dimensions above us that look down on us as we do fiction. I can't say I understand much of it at all, but, well, a lot of things would make sense if this woman in front of us was from a different world. Are you serious? How is that even possible? Dawn sighed. Not only is it possible, but she's right. I'm not originally from this meta layer. None of us are. This is a simulated world, not a natural meta layer. Look. The moment the word look left her mouth, she was gone. In an instant, she appeared behind Eri. She snatched the gun out of her hand, and then seemingly zipped back to her original position. Eri flinched and dropped her composure for a second, but steeled herself again. Does Dawn have admin privileges? Oh no! To you, it probably seems like I just teleported just now, correct? In a sense, I suppose you could call it that. But in reality, all I did was manipulate my own properties, notably my timescale and coordinate positions. It would take way too long to explain how Duskbreaker works, and it's not too important for what I'm trying to achieve for you to know the exact details of it. What you need to know is how we all got here in the first place, why we're here, why the Duskbreaker was turned on. Dawn nonchalantly walked over to the desk that belonged to my dad. She opened a drawer and hit some kind of hidden switch, and in an instant, a loud crumbling sound could be heard. The bookcase at the back of the room began to move ever so slightly, revealing a hidden elevator door. Dawn turned to look at me, still unsure of how to react to anything that happened in the past 10 minutes. This elevator leads to Sunrise Foundation's hidden basement. Inside it is the room where Duskbreaker is stored. In the real world. It's where the truth lies. I'll wait for you down below. Please follow when you're ready. Once again, speaking as if she were simply dishing out logistical commands. Dawn pressed the button on the elevator to call it. She disappeared as the door closed, leaving Allison, Chio, Eri, and I alone in the darkness of my father's office. A few minutes passed where nobody said anything. Finally, Eri was the one to break the silence. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. How are you three holding up? I tried to say I'm doing fine, but my own emotions took over and I got choked up before I could finish. I fell to my knees on the carpet floor. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't know what the heck is real anymore. Allison kneeled down to wrap her arms around me. I'm so sorry, Sat. You can go home now if you want. It's really clear this is way above what any of us expected. No, I want to keep going. I just need a moment. And many moments I was given, kneeling on the ground. I sobbed for a good 10 more minutes. I probably would have continued another hour if Allison wasn't right there with me. Finally, I stood up. I turned to Chio. Chio, about your memories, have they come back yet? Not all of them, but I remember why we started the Duskbreaker project. What it was that that your dad wanted to achieve. Please, tell me. Please. I want I want to know what led to all of this. I can't tell you the whole story because I don't know it. I'm assuming that the woman has her own side of the story to tell down in that secret basement, but from my recollection, it goes something like this. I don't think I was ever privy to what it was, but something really horrible happened in your childhood, Saturday. You were traumatized really badly as a result, and spent a lot of your early years as a recluse, never going to school or making any friends. I remember Setsuki telling me a lot about those days. I think he thought that it would improve over time, or maybe that he thought it would improve faster than it really would. For whatever reason, Setsuki was really down when it seemed like, to him, you weren't feeling any better as fast as he expected you to. I don't think he wanted to rush you or anything. I don't really understand the feelings of a parent, though. Regardless, growing up and observing how much you were hurt by whatever it was that happened to you changed Setsuki's outlook on a lot of things in life. I don't know if your memories allow you to remember, but Setsuki was a large shareholder in a lot of really big corporations around the time you were born. After it became clear to him how deeply you were traumatized, he sold a lot of his shares and funded the Sunrise Foundation. What even is the Sunrise Foundation? It's clear that it isn't a geology company that we've all been led to believe. This next part is complete speculation on my behalf. I think the whole geology thing was a part of this simulated world, not an actual part of the Sunrise Foundation as it is in reality. That sounds right, because I don't remember Setsuki ever mentioning anything about a geology front to me when I was working there. I only joined on to work on the Duskbreaker project, which was the 4th major project by my company. The whole goal of the company was to experiment with alternative scientific approaches to psychiatry. Basically, trying to use technology to assist in recovering from mental health issues. So, what was the Duskbreaker, supposed to do? It really doesn't sound like whatever it was meant to do worked correctly. Yeah, definitely not. I can't speak on previous 3 projects by the Sunrise Foundation, but the Duskbreaker was meant to be a sort of VR exposure therapy, in a way. It was meant to provide a safe, simulated environment for a subject to face their trauma. I don't like that. That idea sounds flawed from the premise alone. It probably was, but Setsuki was determined to a fault. It bothered on unhealthy obsession. I'm losing my ability to read, oh my gosh. Ari, Allison, this is a big moment. Maybe look towards Chio for this. I've heard from coworkers who were around the company for longer than I was that he wasn't always like that, but I'm not sure what changed him. Dad, what were you trying to do? If that's the case, then how did we end up here? Inside the actual simulation itself? How do we get out of here? Unfortunately, I don't have answers for that. That's where my memory's cut off. Were they wiped? No, not like the others. I think whatever it was that happened to lead to all of this was something I blocked out of my own memory. A long silence fell over us. Every once in a while, I felt panic creeping back into me, but I steadied my breathing and kept myself grounded. Finally, I felt like I was ready. I think it's time to go see what Dawn is trying to show me. I don't want to go alone, though. Allison, can you... Yeah, Dawn and Duskbreaker. Break the dusk to reach the dawn. Of course I can. I'll be right there with you. A long silence, a long quiet. Slay the princess reverence? Yo. Chio and Eri, I promise we'll be back as soon as we can. Can you remain here for now and look out? try to get in touch and coach me and update her. There we go. Yeah, of course. I need to make sure the stream is, like, showing properly. There we go. Reading out loud for 40 minutes straight is a large amount of reading to do. This is true. This is true. I've also admittedly been using it as an excuse to voice drain. Especially when we have an all-femme cast. Let's see. Remember to hydrate. Alright. Saturday. Whatever horrible truth is at the center of all this, I'm sorry. I helped contribute to something that led to all of this, and I can't apologize enough for that. I sighed. I don't have time to think about my feelings on that right now. But what matters is that you're here helping us right now. So I'm focusing on that instead. Chio nodded in understanding. I took Allison's hand again and pressed the button on the secret elevator. Door opened, temporarily bathing the room in the light that signaled our approach to the center of this world, to the center of this story. There's one thing I'm really worried about this for. I'm praying for once that I'm wrong. Oh boy, yeah. There's certain parts of this plot that are worrying me. They better not break the Yuri. Good luck. Thank you. You too. We stepped onto the elevator and watched the doors close, obstructing Eri and Chio from my view for what I could only pray would not be the last time I would ever see them. Oh my gosh. I love that I happen to have almost exactly enough points. And that puts us at about 7 o'clock. I'm gonna play this song just to hear it. Wait, is this the song we've been listening to this whole chapter? Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. Felt pretty good on that one, although I'm pretty sure I played it at... Let's try middle. There we go. It's a very cool track. Okay, that was hard to keep up with, but that ended up working out pretty well, actually. I did better than I thought I would. I'm improving! That gay Yuri? Absolutely. Okay. I wanted to try those songs. This is a bit of a cliffhanger. I do apologize, of course. But it sounds like that's gonna be good for today. Oh my gosh. PNGTuber. This was so wild. This game has continually, like, taken me for a ride, and, like, I'm astonished. Honestly. I'm running into so many games. I'm gonna switch back to this screen. I'm running into so many games. Thanks for the strip, of course! There's so many games recently that are so good. Slay the Princess was so good. Heckin' Unbeatable was so good. And so is Vivid Stasis. This being free is mind-boggling to me. Like, oh my gosh. I heckin' adore rhythm games. And like, this is proving amazing. I just can't believe this is free. I'm getting so many amazing game experiences these days. Lian is very close to overtaking me, so I should probably hurry up and finish the game. Am I? Really? Oh my gosh. Thank you for stream, Lian. Of course! Thank you so much for watching. I love, like, of course, every streamer loves having an audience, of course, right? But like, genuinely, y'all being here and like sharing in these moments while I discover these things, it is so much heckin' fun. Like, what the heck? I feel so much better about the, like, not that I felt bad about it before, but like, it makes me feel even better about the art that I did. It is so cool. I feel sick now even just thinking about what I thought being a possibility. I don't know, we may see that in a second. We might see that next time, unfortunately. You'll have to, like, write it down. You know what, you should do this, Maddie. Type your guess to me in a spoilered comment in our DMs. And then, like, so that I know that you sent it now. And then I can go back and reveal it later. In that case, thank you for stream? Oh no, Butter Eye, how could you? My gosh. Let me go ahead and close the game. There we go. I've had such a wealth of amazing experiences lately. Oh my gosh. I have a feeling that there's going to be some plural stuff going on. I'm now starting to wonder if like we're going to start realizing that certain characters are like perhaps Saturday's headmates. Like, I don't know who is like real on the other side of the world and not, who is separate, and like, I don't know. I feel like very like catered to recently with the plural representation. I should probably keep that with a grain of salt, right? I said thank you for stream to rebalance the world. Thank you, like, I appreciate you. Alrighty, but I'm gonna go ahead and start up Muzak again. There we go. And thank you for being cute. I am not, though. I am not. You can't thank me for something I didn't do. No. Alright, so in about an hour, I'm gonna be going to raid. It's a late raid day for us. Those that want to see me do raid, I will be on Twitch. For those that want to see the next stream, I'm going to be streaming on Tuesday while we play Amori. And I'm going to be continuing more Vivid Stasis on Wednesday. Schedules for everything will be in the Discord, link in the doobly-doo, along with all my socials. Remember to put a like on the stream if you haven't already. It helps me a bunch. Thank you. Thank you for streaming, Lian. I'm going to go try not to throw up. Please feel better, Maddie. I'll be thinking of you. Get better soon. I hank you for stream. Thank you for coming, ones and zeros. Maddie, Butter, Leica, Evelyn Makes Things, Audio with Claire, and anyone else who's watching the VOD or was lurking in the background. Thank you, Ace for the suggestion, for watching as always. I will catch you all next time I catch you all. Thank you so much, and bye-bye!
later.